Chapter 1991. Li Xiaobai's expectations did not go to waste. After he recited the famous poem, 3 people stood out. A muscular man wearing a golden mask. His body was covered in a dazzling golden light. An old man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a walking stick, green qi coiled around his body. There was also a woman with a graceful figure. She wore a pink dress and a veil. After she recited the poem, countless light butterflies flew around her. It was a beautiful sight. These 3 had created famous poems. They were on the same level as Li Xiaobai's Moonlit Night. Li Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief inwardly. This world has goo worms that can assist in creation. Moreover, goo masters can extend their lifespan. They can gain more experience and accumulation in life. Thus, compared to Earth, famous poems are more likely to appear. On Earth, Moonlit Night was a rare masterpiece, but in profound literature grotto heaven, it could not be compared to others. Including Li Xiaobai, the 4 of them looked at each other in different directions. The muscular man, the old man, and the woman all placed their gazes on Li Xiaobai. They had guessed and understood each other's identities, but Li Xiaobai suddenly appeared. Who is this young man? Even though he has talent, he is not very deep. He actually created a famous poem? An interesting young man. Li Xiaobai's teacher, Teacher Jiang, also saw his student's performance. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Li Xiaobai. It seems that you performed exceptionally well this time. Continue to work hard. There were no abnormalities. Li Xiaobai successfully advanced and was transported out. When he calmed himself down, he found himself in another venue. This is the 5th venue. Scholars, please wait patiently. A voice entered Li Xiaobai's ears. Li Xiaobai immediately understood. So, there are differences in advancement. The poems I came up with were enough for me to skip 3 venues and jump all the way to the 5th venue. This rule is quite reasonable, but this way, all the goo masters who could reach here would have created famous poems. Among these people, half of them advanced. The pressure has increased by several times. Li Xiaobai frowned as he looked around. He saw 2 familiar faces. They were the muscular man and woman from before. Noticing Li Xiaobai's gaze, the woman nodded at him. Her face behind the veil seemed to be smiling. But that muscular man was very arrogant. After taking a glance at Li Xiaobai, he closed his eyes to rest. There were only 3 of them in the entire 5th venue. I wonder which venue that old man has been promoted to. I'd better pretend to be resting. When scholars compose poems, all of them try their best to come up with a good idea. Only he, on the other hand, was only looking for a suitable poem. This was too easy, and he needed to conceal it a little. Li Xiaobai waited in the 5th arena for a few minutes before the 2nd round of the competition began. He had more than 20 competitors in total. This made Li Xiaobai feel a lot of pressure. The topic of the 2nd round was out. 2 words, travel. The time limit was still 5 minutes. Travel. This topic is the same as spring. It's broad and easy to write, but it's difficult to create a masterpiece. The burly man sighed in his heart. The woman was thinking, I'm not good at this topic. What should I do? Li Xiaobai was also thinking, which one should I copy? He thought for a while. He felt that he could not find something that was too classic or the effect would be explosive, but he could not find something that was too inferior either. He was so close to failing and falling out of the 5th venue. This made Li Xiaobai feel troubled. It was not easy to grasp the degree of difficulty. He understood himself, but he was not familiar with the others. He did not know what kind of poem he should use to win without being in the limelight. In the 1st venue, my method was a little inappropriate. I will not fight for 1st place this time. Li Xiaobai warned himself. He waited patiently. About 5 minutes later, a scholar composed a poem. Then, a few people started to recite their own poems. each of them shining brightly. Li Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief, thinking, it seems that famous poems cannot be casually composed. These people performed exceptionally well in the first round. This round should be considered normal. Li Xiaobai gradually had an idea, but he was not in a hurry to act. He was still waiting. When the time limit was almost up, the famous poem that he had been waiting for finally appeared. It was that muscular man. He recited the poem, Iron Horse, Golden Spear. It was filled with battle intent. Golden light surged around his body. It was as if there were cavalry blades and spears colliding with each other. The second famous poem was that woman. Her poem was graceful and gentle. It described a noble lady looking out the window, listening to the stories of travelers as she fantasized about her journey. It was an exquisite thought. All right, it is finally my turn. Li Xiaobai coughed, saying slowly, date blossoms fall from the cloth. The sound of horse carriages resounds from the south and north of the village. The old willow sells cucumbers. Drowned in wine, the road is long and sleepy, the sun is high, and the man is thirsty for tea. Knock on the door and ask a mortal. This time, he was copying Su Shi's River Sand. After he finished reciting, be it the muscular man or the woman, they had a thought. They analyzed it inwardly. Good poem. The first part of this poem is a description of the scenery. The second part is a description of the emotions. It is very interesting. Even though it is a description of the scenery, it uses sounds. It is different from normal scenery. It is very vivid. The second part is a description of the emotions. It is full of interest. Even though this young man is a Gu master, he is humble and courteous. He does not barge into a mortal's house. He is indeed a gentleman, gentle and courteous. Reading his poem, we can see his character. This young scholar is really not bad. The surrounding scholars looked at Li Xiaobai with different gazes. Li Xiaobai let out a breath of turbid air. He pretended to be extremely tired. I should be able to advance in this competition. Not only that, I performed perfectly. I did not stand out too much, nor did I humble myself too much. Li Xiaobai was satisfied inwardly. After a while, the time limit was up. He was somewhat dumbfounded. Most scholars did not manage to create a poem. In this world poetry competition, I will definitely give my best. If it is just an excuse, even if others don't say anything, I will feel ashamed of my own inferiority. I tried my best, but I did not manage to create a satisfactory poem. Even if I fail, I will not regret it. Being able to hear the famous poems of the three of you, this trip was not in vain. Haha, at worst, I will just drop to the first round and start again. Goodbye. Those scholars who did not manage to create a poem left in a carefree manner, while some scholars who managed to create a new poem had ashamed expressions. Li Xiaobai looked calm on the surface, but he felt conflicted inwardly. How can you all be so noble? Even though he advanced, he was in the limelight again. He was quite satisfied earlier, but to think that these scholars were so useless. Humph, I overestimated them. Li Xiaobai criticized inwardly. Needless to say, he successfully advanced and arrived at the 9th round. After waiting patiently for a while, everyone finally arrived. This time, there were even fewer people, less than 10. Many of them were famous scholars. They were familiar with each other and greeted each other. They looked calm on the surface, but were secretly nervous. At this point, the pressure of the competition had increased by several times. I need to be steady this time. I cannot be in the limelight too much. Li Xiaobai clenched his fists as he warned himself. But this time, his opponents performed very well. More than half of the Gu masters created famous poems. Finally, only Li Xiaobai was left. Li Xiaobai looked nervous on the surface, but he was calm on the inside. He recited the poem that he had prepared. With a flash of light, his cultivation level rose to rank 4. He even gained a new goo worm. This time, he had planned meticulously. The quality of the poem he chose was just right. He successfully advanced, but he was at the bottom of the winners. Just as Li Xiaobai was feeling pleased with himself. Puff! Someone suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Clang! Someone fainted on the ground. The strong man's body shook as he sat down on the ground with difficulty. Meanwhile, that woman coughed for a long while. Her face was pale as paper. Only Li Xiaobai was standing on the spot, unscathed. Everyone's gazes gathered on him again. This young man is very strong. So far, he has created 3 masterpieces in a row. He is actually not injured. It is clear that he did not use his full strength when he created the poem earlier. Amazing! After the competition, I will definitely befriend him. Li Xiaobai. He was speechless. Oh heavens, are you all working so hard? Isn't it just creating poems? Why do you need to work so hard? He really wanted to act like he was vomiting blood, but this happened too suddenly. Even if he wanted to act now, it was already too late. Chapter 1992. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan stood under the thousand-wish tree, looking up at the sky. He saw that the sky was filled with hot specks of light. They were faintly discernible, extremely dazzling. Looking at the surroundings, sand and dust were rumbling, wind was howling. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. The number of heaven path Tao marks was increasing. Originally, he had obtained over 3,000 Tao marks from Gu refinement. Now it was close to 3,500. As the number of heaven path Tao marks increased, the number of Tao marks in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was decreasing. This scene made Fang Yuan recall his experience in Crazed Demon Cave. In the second to last layer of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan saw the changes of the world. Countless worlds were destroyed and condensed into heaven path Tao marks. The heaven path Tao marks connected or spread on their own, turning into new worlds. At this moment, the sovereign immortal aperture was not destroyed and turned into heaven path Tao marks. But the heaven path Tao marks were constantly changing the other Tao marks in the immortal aperture. Of course, the heaven path Tao marks were not increasing blindly. Sometimes they would weaken. A heaven path Tao mark would turn into other Tao marks and spread throughout the world. Through the changes of these Tao marks, the heavenly Tao could easily change the environment of the entire sovereign immortal aperture, like what was happening in front of Fang Yuan. Specks of light appeared in the sky. It meant that the light path Tao marks were increasing rapidly. Wind was howling on the ground. Sand and dust were rumbling. It meant that the wind path Tao marks and earth path Tao marks were increasing. If this continues, the surroundings of the thousand-wish tree will turn into a desert. The trend was so obvious. Fang Yuan could not help but sneer. He had previously thought that the thousand-wish tree was planted in a desert, but now, even though this understanding was not wrong, it was biased. The thousand-wish tree was an ancient, desolate plant of human path. It absorbed human will and condensed fruits. It was most suited to grow in bustling areas or large cities. The more human will there was, the better. However, the heavenly Tao was not willing for the thousand-wish tree to grow. Thus, the heaven path Tao marks evolved to create an environment where the sun was high in the sky, sand and dust were everywhere. It was isolated from the world. In order to survive, the thousand-wish tree had no choice but to change its habits and strive to adapt to such a harsh environment. But now that it was moved into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan, the immortal formation had its own desert environment. It would not die from not being able to adapt to the environment. However, outside the immortal array, there were lush water plants, fertile land, and gentle sunlight. The immortal array was not closed, and the heavenly Tao could sense the thousand-wish tree's human path aura. These heavenly Tao marks had yet to be controlled by Fang Yuan, and they lacked intelligence. They didn't know about the gold inside the immortal array, so they spontaneously changed the environment outside the immortal array in an attempt to curb the development of the Thousand-Wish Tree. This allowed Feng Yuan to see some clues. The Thousand-Wish Tree takes 300 years to fully mature, 600 years to bloom, and 900 years to bear fruit. There are exactly 1,000 fruits, no more, no less. This is publicly acknowledged by the world. But now, it seems that's not the case. The Thousand-Wish Tree is suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Its true potential is very great. From now on, I will constantly use human will to water it and gradually improve its living environment. It will definitely be able to greatly increase its production. Of course, this was his future plan. Feng Yuan came to the Thousand-Wish Tree for another matter. With a thought, cooking luck pot appeared above his head. The 7 revolutions cooking luck pot was as big as a basin. It was golden in color and was enveloped in a pure white halo. It was indescribably noble. The sides of the pot were thick, and it was as thick as a thumb. There were 8 dragons carved on the outside of the pot. The dragon tails gathered at the bottom of the pot and intertwined with each other before extending downwards, forming an 8-clawed frame. The pot's mouth was wide open, and inside was Feng Yuan's providence. However, it was gray in color. Cooking luck pot was only at the 7 revolutions, and its level was a little low, so it couldn't contain all of Feng Yuan's providence. But one could see a big picture through a tube. Feng Yuan's majestic providence was almost completely consumed in the Fate Grand Array. After the battle, his providence was very low. This was the 3rd biggest worry apart from the heavenly Tao and Qi tides. Fate was fixed, and providence was a variable. If his providence was bad, it meant that something bad was going to happen to him. But the current Feng Yuan was very strong. He had pseudo-venerable battle strength, no matter how bad the change was. He had the ability to resist it. This was not a big problem for the main body. What he was worried about was the providence of his clones. Outside cooking luck pot was the providence of his clones. The Time Path clone's providence was still the river of time, but the river was no longer flowing. The water flow was chaotic, and the front of the river was suddenly cut off. It was a worrying sight. Zhan Buddha's providence was previously an eagle that spread its wings and soared. Now that the eagle fell into the water, it was surrounded by a water-like providence that was making things difficult for him. Li Xiaobai's providence was like a blooming flower. The petals were bright red, burning with a layer of scarlet fire. Within the scarlet fire, the petals were blooming beautifully. It looked good, but there was a huge worry. If he was not careful, he would be playing with fire and die. Wu Shuai's providence was that of a coiling dragon. There were 3 dragon claws that each held a dragon pearl. One of the dragon pearls had the miniature image of Dragon Palace, another contained countless ants, and the 3rd dragon pearl had Di Zongxing's figure. Wu Shuai's dragon providence was the strongest, but there was saber qi surrounding him that pressed towards him from all directions. Feng Yuan's main providence was not good. The providence of his clones was not good either. Feng Yuan had already noticed the situation of his clones. It was not that he did not try before, but he always failed. The Heaven Path Tao marks restricted him. Every time he used a killer move, they would interfere and cause Feng Yuan's killer move to fail. Even if he succeeded occasionally, the power would be greatly reduced. But this time it should not happen. A bright light flashed past Feng Yuan's eyes. Feng Yuan was multitasking. He activated the formation around the Thousand-Wish Tree, while activating cooking luck pot. The Thousand-Wish Tree continued to sway its branches. The formation shot out resplendent rainbow lights that entered cooking luck pot. Cooking luck pot started to change the providence of his clones. Suddenly, intense winds blew in the surroundings. Thunder rumbled in the sky. One after another, Heaven Path Tao marks appeared. Some covered the surroundings, some appeared on Feng Yuan's body. The way of heaven, take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. The way of man, take away surpluses and replenish surpluses. With the help of the human path immortal formation, Feng Yuan forcibly improved the providence of his clones to a certain extent. The time path clone's providence river became stable, it was no longer chaotic. Zhan Buda's providence eagle started to shed its feathers in the water, as if it was turning into a fish, it was adapting. Li Xiaobai's providence flower's petals showed a glazed color under the burning flames. It was no longer in danger of being burned by playing with fire. Meanwhile, Wu Shuai's providence dragon was still coiled up. There were no changes to his providence body. The surrounding saber chi, however, was greatly reduced. It was as if the thick fog had turned into a thin mist. This meant that he would still have to fight, but the scale of the battle this time was much smaller than before. The problem of the clones has been resolved. The true problem is still the heaven path Tao marks. Feng Yuan increasingly felt the depth of Red Lotus intention. P.S. There is an urgent notice. I am also speechless. I only found out about this when I was writing. Thank you, friends, for your timely notice. Someone is scamming in the Gu World group. Please take note. I hereby solemnly declare the crowdfunding campaign for the physical book has not started yet. Anyone who uses this as a reason to try to get book friends to send money is a scam. The crowdfunding campaign for the physical book will start in the future. There will be a special notice at that time, just like this notice. Using the price of the simplified version of the physical book to buy the hardcover edition with Venerable Gu's signature, please take note. Chapter 1993, Eastern Sea, Merman Imperial Court. Music was playing, delicious food and wine were being served. In a grand banquet, the 3 female immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court were at the main seats, entertaining an unexpected guest. Good wine, good songs, and even better dancing. The esteemed guest downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Then he slammed the cup down with a pa sound and laughed. He had a square face and a muscular body. His skin was snow white. His eyes and hair were ice blue in color. Rank 8 aura surrounded his body. He was a snowman Gu immortal. He came from Black Heaven's Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, the current generation Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ever since the meeting of Black Heaven's forces, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had contacted Central Continent's Celestial Court, while Lady Cold, Ash had contacted Granny Skeleton, and the other human great experts. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not sit back and watch. He was not targeting just Black Heaven and White Heaven. He was targeting the 5 regions. This time, he came to Eastern Sea personally to find the Merman Force. There were 3 people in charge of Eastern Sea's Merman Force. They were all mermaid immortals, Lian Ku Xian, Yuzi, and Xianing Si. Even though this was the first time the 3 female immortals had seen Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, seeing that he was a rank 8 Gu immortal and a variant human, they held this banquet to entertain him. Hearing Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's praise, Lian Ku Xian smiled and replied, "Thank you for your praise, Immortal Monarch. These dancing Gu masters are the future hope of our merman race. They are Gu immortal seeds. It is their honor to be noticed by you." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed again. "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but if these mermen are the hope of your race, then your race might be destroyed in the future." These words instantly caused the expressions of many of the merfolk here to change. The dancing mermen's movements became slightly disorderly. Lian Ku Xian was still smiling. "Immortal Monarch, we already know of your intentions. However, we won't take this provocation. For countless years, our merman race has lived in Eastern Sea peacefully, and beautifully. We have always been neutral. We do not participate in any battles." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shook his head. "Nonsense! Who does not want a peaceful and beautiful life? But throughout history, only war could win such a peaceful life. The merman race had received Paradise Earth. immortal venerables favor back then. That was why they had such a phenomenon today. In the entire 5 regions, only your alien race is a superforce. However, you and I both remember the fated war vividly. Fate had been destroyed, and the 5 regions had merged into one. The world's upheaval was imminent. There will definitely be natural and man-made disasters, continuous wars, and chaos. Your merfolk royal court wants to stay out of trouble? Hee. How long has it been since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died? How much influence does he have left to protect your clan? Lien Kuexian's face was as gloomy as still water. She could not refute for a moment. Yuzi, who was beside her, snorted coldly. Our tribe has over 10 Gu immortals, and the immortal Gu House flowing fragrance boat. How could we achieve this just because of Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. I have heard of your flowing fragrance boat for a long time. But what could he do? It was only a rank 7 immortal Gu House. Even though your clan had many Gu immortals, how many rank 8 Gu immortals did they have? Not even one. Ignoring everything else. As long as I make a move now, who can stop me? The 3 mermaids had cold expressions. Xianing Si said solemnly, Immortal Monarch, if you want to fight, you can do it now. We will show you the magnanimity of our merfolk race. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hand. Don't misunderstand. I have never thought of becoming enemies with you. We are both variant humans in the current situation. Humans are dominating the world. I hope that we can ally with each other. Variant humans are friends, not enemies. I am here to seek an alliance. Why would I make enemies? I understand that you do not want to ally with each other. But think about it. As long as I spread a rumor that you have treated me with great hospitality and want to ally with Black Heaven's variant human forces to attack the 5 regions' human forces. Think about it. What kind of situation would happen? The 3 mermaids looked at each other. They could see the seriousness on each other's faces. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were soft but firm. He clearly wanted to force an alliance. If the 3 mermaids rejected him, he would spread a rumor that the merfolk had the intention to ally with each other. After all, everyone in the world knew about the Fate War. Duke Long's final rebuke of Feng Yuan made everyone in the world aware of the great secret of the rise of variant humans. Once the news of the Merman Imperial Court and the variant human forces working together spreads, it would challenge the sensitive nerves of the humans. They would become the target of everyone. By then, according to the nature of the humans, they would form an alliance and destroy the Merman Imperial Court first. The human forces had been eyeing the Merman Imperial Court for a long time. It was only because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence. If the mermen wanted to harm the humans, regardless of whether the humans believed this lie or not, they would use it to deal with the Merman Imperial Court. If the Merman Imperial Court was forced to resist, they could only ally with forces like Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to have a chance of survival. This way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's goal would be easily achieved. The 3 mermaids felt troubled. They knew about the situation of the world. They were actively selecting Gu immortal seeds and nurturing them. They were mermen. They had the identity of variant humans. This identity was already very awkward in the past times of peace. In the future, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, it would be even more awkward and sensitive. Thus, the entire merman race felt a deep sense of danger. The 3 mermaids did not have much ambition. They only wanted to preserve their race in the changing times. Thus, they did not want to offend Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but they also did not want to stand on the side of such an ambitious person and fight against the 5 regions' humans. Seeing that the 3 mermaids were silent, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled. How about this? Everyone, we are both variant humans. I do not want to force you. How about we make a bet? The three mermaids looked at each other as UZ asked, "What bet?" "We will compete in 3 rounds, no matter what methods your race uses. As long as I lose in any of the rounds, I will forget about inviting you to ally with me. I will not leak the secret after I leave. I will not harass you. If I win 3 rounds by luck, the merman race will not even be able to defeat a rank 8 goo immortal like me. They will be in a dangerous situation. It would be better to ally with me. This will ensure the safety of the entire race." Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, said confidently. The 3 mermaids were helpless. They could only nod and agree to this bet. In the first round, the 3 mermaids decided to go all out. They gathered all the merman goo immortals and set up the Merman Wave Sacred Spirit formation. Good formation, good formation. It actually has the effect of trapping enemies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a look and praised. "Immortal Monarch, do you dare to enter the formation?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed heartily as he entered the formation. After a few moves, the waves turned into ice and shattered. He broke out of the formation. The Merman Goo Immortals suffered from backlash. They were either lightly or heavily injured. Their expressions were ashen. "It is a pity that there is no rank 8 formation owner," Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch commented plainly. In the second round, the Merman Imperial Court used Immortal Goo House Floating Fragrance Boat. After 100 rounds, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch won again. The 3 mermaids discussed anxiously. "There is only the 3rd round left. What do we do? If we lose again, we will have to cooperate with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. What do we do?" "Why don't we use that thing?" Xian Ning Si suddenly suggested. Lian Ku Xian and Yuzi were stunned. They shook their heads. "No. If we use that, the impact will be too great. Even without Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spreading the news, our Imperial Court will become the target of everyone. We will be exterminated. If we don't use it, what do we do? Do we get Eastern Sea's human forces to help?" "No. Right now, we are all affected by the chi tides. Why would those human forces come all the way here to help us? Even if they do, they will ask for a high price." "Oh, I thought of someone. Let's ask Goo Tribe's leader for help," Xian Ning Si suddenly said. Lian Ku Xian sighed, rejecting this suggestion. "He is Goo Tribe's leader. Even though he is rank 8 cultivation level because of his beastman identity, he lives in seclusion. We have a close relationship with him, but asking him to help us is making things difficult for him. He might not be able to defeat this Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch." Yuzi's eyes suddenly shined. "I remember someone might be able to help us. He can definitely defeat Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch." "Who?" "That's right, at this crucial moment. Who else could it be?" Yuzi blinked her beautiful eyes. "Did you forget that right now a great expert is a guest in Goo Tribe's headquarters?" "Ah, it's him." Lian Ku Xian realized at once. Chapter 1994. Eastern Sea, Goo Tribe Blessed Land. A majestic palace stood majestically in one corner. Its whole body was emitting a faint orange-gold light. It was richly decorated. The pavilions were grand and magnificent. It was the rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Dragon Palace. Inside Dragon Palace, dream realms were lingering. If it were any other Immortal Goo House, they would not dare to do this. But even though Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Goo House, it had dream path Immortal Goo. It was not afraid of the dream realm spreading. In front of the dream realm, Fang Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His body was here, but his soul was deep inside the dream realm, exploring it. In the dream realm, Wu Shuai was an apprentice of the medical hall, trying to learn from them. A handsome young man with broad shoulders and a thin waist walked into the medical hall. The young man was rich and noble, the owner of the medical hall. The old doctor personally examined him. "Doctor, ever since I fought in the arena, Even though I won, my body has been feeling strange." The young man said. The old doctor chuckled. "Come, let me take your pulse." "Pulse?" The young man frowned, showing a puzzled expression. The old doctor said slowly, "This is a unique investigative method from my hometown. It can detect illnesses. A person's heart beats continuously. Their blood flows continuously, forming a pulse. Using a unique healing goo worm that I created, I can detect your illness through this pulse." The young man immediately felt deep veneration, as expected of a senior doctor. "I have heard that heaven has heaven veins, earth has earth veins, and humans have human veins. Could this pulse-taking technique be used to grasp human veins and find the right medicine?" "Ha ha ha, that's right. Please extend your wrist." The old doctor smiled. The young man extended his wrist. The old doctor placed his finger on his wrist and closed his eyes, inspecting carefully. A moment later, the old doctor opened his eyes. "There is indeed an illness, but it is not obvious. It is very sinister. You were hit by a phantom path method." The young man nodded. "Senior is right. My opponent in the arena is a phantom path goo master. I was hit by his move. I did not suffer any injuries, but I felt something was wrong. At night, I could have slept with more than 10 concubines, but now I can only sleep with 1 concubine a night. I feel extremely tired. Also, I often feel that my waist is sore and hot, and I sweat a lot when I sleep at night. Sometimes I feel dizzy and have tinnitus." The old doctor nodded. "This phantom path method is very vicious. It targets your kidneys. In short, you have kidney deficiency. Void path is indeed troublesome. What should I do?" The young man asked hurriedly. The old doctor said, "I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take it for a month. During this month, you must not have sexual intercourse." The young man was troubled. "Senior, can't you use a healing goo worm to heal me directly? I can't have sex for a whole month. I'm so stifled." The old physician shook his head. "Phantom path methods are between real and fake. Fake and real, you have to put in a lot of effort. The medicines I prescribed, although they are not healing goo worms, they are not far from a complete goo recipe. They can definitely cure your illness. If you don't use my method, other methods won't work. Unless you meet a better doctor than me, perhaps he can solve your problem." The young man sighed. "Senior, you're the best healer I've ever seen in my life. I'll treat him according to your method." The dream realm dissipated. It was a success. Human network. Wu Shuai's soul returned to his body. He was still savoring the true meaning of the dream realm. This dream realm mainly provided him with the true meaning of 2 paths. One was phantom path, the other was human path. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was Grandmaster, but his phantom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. Fang Yuan's main body was still holding the corpse of the celestial court Gu Immortal, which contained the phantom aperture. But his phantom path attainment level was too low. Even with wisdom Gu, he could not deduce the profundity of the phantom aperture. After the Fate War, all of the dream realms were left to Wu Shuai. These dream realms were obtained by Fang Yuan from Etian Mountain. Even though a portion was lost in the Fate War, most of them were still left. After Wu Shuai left the Celestial Court, he returned to Eastern Sea and stayed in Gu Tribe's blessed land. Other than opening his immortal aperture and connecting to heaven and earth chi, he was in closed cultivation, exploring the dream realms and absorbing the true meaning within, helping his main body to raise his attainment levels of all paths. My main body needs human path attainment level now. In this dream realm exploration, even though my human path attainment level did not increase by much, it is still Grandmaster. But it should be able to provide new help to my main body. Wu Shuai started to rest for a short while, preparing for the next dream realm exploration. He saw that in the hall there was an information path mortal goo from Goo Tribe's leader. Goo Tribe's leader will not disturb me for small matters. Something important must have happened. Wu Shuai took out the information path mortal goo and probed it with his divine sense. Oh, a rank 8 snowman goo immortal called Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is here to find trouble with the Merman Imperial Court. In the letter, the 3 mermaids said that as long as Wu Shuai taught this unruly guest a lesson and made him retreat, they would reward him handsomely. Goo Tribe's leader also used a tactful tone, hoping that Wu Shuai could help them. Of course I have to help. Wu Shuai smiled. Fang Yuan had 500 years of memories. A portion of them were sent over. Thus, Wu Shuai learned that in the 500 years of his main body's life, the regional walls vanished and the 5 regions were united. There were chi tides as well. The 5 regions Goo immortals were forced to rest and recuperate. During this period, the 2 heavens grotto heaven forces moved out and acted arrogantly for a period of time. To think that I would have such a chance to interact with these grotto heaven forces. This is a good opportunity. For the main body's plan, I need to do my best. Boom. The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wu Shuai walked out of his closed cultivation with his head held high. At the banquet, fragrant wine permeated the air, but the atmosphere was heavy. The 3 mermaids had cold expressions, while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled lightly. The singing and dancing had stopped long ago. There was silence in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a sip of wine. I wonder if the 3 of you have thought of a strategy for the next round. The 3 mermaids' expressions sank further, but at this time they received the information and showed expressions of joy. Xianning Si said, "Since you are anxious, let's go to the 3rd round." "All right." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch put down the wine cup in his hand. "How are we going to compete in the 3rd round? Tell us." "My tribe has already invited a helper. Let him fight the Immortal King." Lien Kuexian said, "This lord is here. Immortal Monarch, prepare yourselves." Yuzi smiled coldly. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, the mermaid immortals led Wu Shuai into the hall. "Who wants to fight me?" Wu Shuai asked. His voice reverberated in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw Wu Shuai, and his expression changed. He was no longer relaxed. He cried out, "It's you!" During the Fate War, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had obtained a lot of information. Wu Shuai was naturally one of the most important figures. Everyone in the world knew about him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately understood why the 3 mermaids were acting like this. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart sank. He knew how strong Wu Shuai was. There was not much hope of defeating him. But the situation was like this. He had to speak up. To think that Wu Shuai is in the Merman Imperial Court. "I wonder if Fang Yuan is here?" Wu Shuai snorted coldly. "I used Fang Yuan's strength to revive. I was only working with him to resist the Celestial Court earlier. You are my opponent? Attack." Wu Shuai's disdainful attitude made Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch feel annoyed. His expression turned cold. "Wu Shuai, you only have rank 7 cultivation level, but you are quite arrogant." Wu Shuai scoffed. "Who is arrogant? In terms of seniority, I am someone from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's era. When I died of old age, your grandfather was not even born yet." You, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, stared with wide eyes. "What about me? You are here to find trouble with the mermen. Be more direct." Wu Shuai stared back. "Still not attacking? Then I am going to attack." Saying so, he waved his hand as an immortal goo house flew out. Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's pupils shrunk. He saw that the immortal goo house was getting bigger as it crashed towards him. He was not a transformation path great expert. He did not dare to face this famous immortal goo house head-on. He quickly retreated. The three mermaids did not expect Wu Shuai to act so decisively. He attacked immediately. Xie Ningxi quickly persuaded. Senior Wu Shuai, this is the Merman Hall. You two need to fight. You need to move outside. Boom. Dragon Palace grew bigger again. The entire Merman Hall was blown apart. Dust clouds rumbled as the three mermaids and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch escaped pathetically. Dragon Palace slowly rose into the sky. Wu Shuai stood at the entrance of Dragon Palace as he looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch plainly. Come, don't run, little fellow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was beaten up so fiercely that his heart was pounding, his mouth was dry. Wu Shuai, you are a senior after all. If you have the guts, don't show off the might of an immortal goo house. Oh, is that so? Wu Shuai smiled coldly. The three mermaids sensed something amiss. Yuzi quickly shouted, Senior Wu Shuai, this is the Merman headquarters. If you want to fight, please go outside. Before she finished speaking, with a loud sound, Di Zongxing was led out of Dragon Palace by Wu Shuai. Roar! The evil dragon roared, creating a huge sound wave. Its huge body was like a mountain range. It was crammed into the Merman-blessed land. With a wave of its tail, several mountain ranges and valleys were flattened. Countless mermen escaped in all directions. They screamed in fear. It was a scene of chaos. The three mermaids were dumbfounded. They did not know what to do. Come, make your move. Wu Shuai crossed his arms as he said to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch in a plain tone. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the Grand Dragon Palace before looking at the huge and ferocious evil dragon. He felt that he had become extremely tiny. As a snowman, he was extremely resistant to cold, but now he felt a bone-chilling chill spreading all over his body. After a long while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists. Senior is mighty. Junior admits defeat. Senior has won this bet. The three mermaids were silent. Right now, Wu Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level, but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch admitted defeat to him. Nobody found it strange. Not to mention Dragon Palace. Just the evil dragon alone had killed 2 transformation path members of the Celestial Court. It was an existence that a group of goo immortals could not defeat. In the Fate formation, the evil dragon had only lost to Feng Jioge and Duke Long. And little guy, you are quite smart. Wu Shuai chuckled as he put away Di Zongxing and Dragon Palace. Next, let's talk about the alliance. Wu Shuai landed and said, Senior Wu Shuai. The three mermaids were shocked. What? Do you want to stay out of this? Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows, showing an unhappy expression. The three immortals did not dare to retort. Ice Crystal Immortal Wang was overjoyed to think that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. He stuttered, say, Senior, you mean? Chapter 1995. Because of Wu Shuai, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had no choice but to admit defeat. He thought that his plan to ally with the mermen had failed, but to think that Wu Shuai had the same idea as him. In the bet between Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the Merman Imperial Court, the loser won while the winner lost. After the battle, Wu Shuai used the Merman Imperial Court's hall to converse with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. The conversation became more heated, while the three Merman Immortals' expressions turned grim. Wu Shuai heard that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already gathered the Grotto Heaven forces for a meeting. He immediately requested to join. He urged Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to gather the forces for the second meeting. In Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's plan, the second meeting would be delayed slightly, but Wu Shuai urged him urgently. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thought to himself, with Wu Shuai's reputation, it will be very beneficial to me. I might as well bring forward the date of the meeting. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that even if the Black and White Heaven Grotto Heaven forces allied, they would face a huge internal threat. Among these forces, a small portion of them were human forces. He wanted variant humans to be the leader. Thus, He had been actively seeking for an alliance recently. He had already contacted all the variant human forces that he knew of. He did not even spare Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court. If he knew that Gu tribe existed in the depths of the sea, he would have gone there long ago. But now, with Wu Shuai, this Dragonman expert that everyone knows, even if the humans recruit more people, they will not be able to resist Wu Shuai's influence, right? Wu Shuai attacked Celestial Court as a Dragonman. He was the victor. This battle achievement gave him a huge reputation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch held a second meeting in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. This time, the group was even larger. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch has arrived. Swift Cloud Immortal has arrived. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother has arrived. Green Forest Great Sage has arrived. Many variant human rank 8 great experts came. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man. His thick fur was shining with golden light. Swift Cloud Immortal was a feather man. He had the appearance of a handsome young man. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was an old woman. She was an Inkman. Green Forest Great Sage was a mini-man. He was covered in a green light. These 4 variant human Gu Immortals were participating in the meeting for the first time. As for the human rank 8 Gu Immortals, other than Knight, Heavenly Wolf Lord, and Lady Cold Ash, there were also Light Path Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Wood Path Black Locust, and Earth Path Female Immortal Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine. There were only 5 human rank 8s, while variant human rank 8s were close to 10. Even though Lady Cold Ash tried her best to recruit more people, she could not compare to the variant humans, and the gap was still widening. After discussing for a while, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took charge. This time, I invited all of you here, other than to discuss the situation of the world. There is another important matter. Please allow me to introduce you to an almighty senior. The Immortals looked towards Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's direction. Wu Shuai slowly walked out from behind the screen, and under the gaze of all the Immortals, he sat on the main seat. You are. The Immortals were shocked. So it is Wu Shuai, a variant human rank 8 who was close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greeted. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was displeased. You need to call me Senior Wu Shuai. The variant human rank 8 showed an awkward expression. Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's gaze, he could only change his words. This junior greets senior. With this, the Immortals had no choice but to address Wu Shuai as senior. Good. Wu Shuai nodded in satisfaction. Seniority cannot be messed up, but I would rather everyone call me Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader? The Immortals looked at each other. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. Precisely. Now that the Grotto Heaven has been exposed, the 5 regions Gu Immortals will definitely attack it. The reason why the 5 regions Gu Immortals are not moving is because they are restricted by the Qi tides. They cannot move freely. We need to protect ourselves and strengthen ourselves. Only by forming an alliance can we have the capital and hope to contend against the 5 regions. Since ancient times, the position of alliance leader belongs to the strongest. I see that none of you here can match me. If anyone is unconvinced by my words, you can come and fight me. Wu Shuai had just finished speaking. Before the Immortals could say anything, they heard a dragon roar. Evil dragon Di Zongxing's huge body covered the sky as it approached. Next, an immortal Gu house flew out of Wu Shuai's immortal aperture. It was small and exquisite. It floated in Wu Shuai's palm, shining brightly. It was the Shrunken Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai looked at Dragon Palace in his palm. Before looking at the Immortals, his threat was clear in his words. The Immortals had unsightly expressions. They were silent. They wanted to vent their anger, but did not dare to. Even though Wu Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level, everyone knew about the divine might of Dragon Palace and the evil dragon. If the Immortals worked together, they might have some hope of resisting it. But the Grotto Heaven forces had little contact with each other. They were not like the five regions. The five regions' superforces were connected to each other. There were conflicts and interactions. Black and white heaven were vast. The outside world was dangerous. Forces rarely clashed with each other, not to mention close interactions. Ha ha ha. Seeing that no one objected to him, Duke Long laughed loudly. Suddenly, his laughter stopped. Are you not going to greet the Alliance leader? The immortals were still silent. The atmosphere was heavy. After a long while, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly stood up and cupped his fists at Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greets Alliance leader. Ha ha ha. Good. Wu Shuai pointed at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. You will be the Vice Alliance leader. Next, he looked at the other Gu immortals with a fierce gaze. Outside the battlefield, the evil dragon moved its body at the right time, causing a huge commotion. In this situation, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch taking the lead, the immortals had no choice but to acknowledge Wu Shuai as the Alliance leader in a cold tone. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat, looking at the Gu immortals. I know you all have your own thoughts. You are only acknowledging me as the Alliance leader now because of the situation. I am not forcing you. The current situation is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's our only chance to resist the five regions. If we do not grasp it, when we are hunted down by the five regions and the grotto heavens get surrounded, there will be no point in regretting it. However, if we let you continue discussing like this, when will we act? By the time we act, the chi tides will have already passed. You need a strong leader like me to temporarily unite most of the forces and act quickly. Even though Wu Shuai's tone was firm, his words were reasonable. The Gu immortals' expressions eased up a little. All right, let's not waste time. Let's discuss our target now. Wu Shuai continued. This time, even Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was surprised. Lord Alliance leader, isn't it too early to talk about attacking now? Black and white heaven are too huge. There are still many grotto heaven forces that we have not contacted yet. We can't wait for them. As long as we succeed and create a commotion, these people will take the initiative to join us. This is the so-called human heart. Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying directly. The immortals were silent. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch continued to ask. Then, according to Lord Alliance leader, which place is the most suitable for us to attack? Of course, it is Celestial Court. Wu Shuai answered without hesitation. Celestial Court. The Gu immortals' expressions changed. Celestial Court is extremely weak. We did not want to retreat earlier. As long as we take down Celestial Court, the five regions will be shaken. Who would dare to provoke us? Wu Shuai laughed loudly. That is not appropriate. Celestial Court has extremely deep foundation. It is not a place we can touch. Lord Alliance leader, please reconsider. The immortals shook their heads. No one agreed. Cowards! Wu Shuai sneered in displeasure. Then let's go with Divine Emperor City. This immortal Gu house is the #1 immortal Gu house. It is made from Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. It has a huge significance for Celestial Court. It is the gathering point of their connections. Above ground, Celestial Court. If we take it, not only will we deal a huge blow to Central Continent, we can also obtain a rank 8 immortal Gu house and even Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's true inheritance. Lady Coldash thought about it. Since Divine Emperor City is so important, if we attack it, Celestial Court and even the whole of Central Continent will resist and surround it. We will also be enemies with these people. What is the difference between that and attacking Celestial Court? Of course, there is a difference. If these people are lured to Divine Emperor City by us, we can use another group of people to attack Celestial Court. Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows. The immortals heard this and broke out in cold sweat. In the end, we still need to attack Celestial Court. This way, won't the people who are pretending to attack Divine Emperor City become cannon fodder? Senior Wu Shuai is too bold. He wants to fight Celestial Court to the death. Wu Shuai showed an unhappy expression. What? You don't dare to attack Divine Emperor's city? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a troubled expression. He looked like he was suffering from constipation. Please reconsider. Lord Alliance Leader, we… Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying impatiently, All right, I don't want to hear any excuses. Let's settle with this. We will deal with Eastern Sea's Xia clan first. Wu Shuai finally revealed his true target. Southern border had Xia clan. Eastern Sea also had Xia clan. This Xia clan was not the same Xia clan, but they were both super forces. Wu Shuai had a huge appetite. His first target was a super force. If he had mentioned it the first time, the Immortals would have objected. But the first two times he mentioned Celestial Court and Divine Emperor City, the Immortals found that compared to the first two targets, Eastern Sea Xia clan was much more acceptable. Wu Shuai continued to analyze. Among all the super forces, Eastern Sea Xia clan has the shallowest foundation. It is the weakest righteous path force in Eastern Sea. Not just that, Xia clan is at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea. It is very secluded. It is the most suitable place for us to establish our foothold. Even better is that Xia clan shares a border with the Merman Imperial Court, and the Merman Imperial Court is already our ally. They will provide us with a lot of help. Saying this, Wu Shuai did not give the Immortals a chance to discuss. I have decided. Our target will be the Xia family. The Immortals were very disgusted by such a domineering alliance leader, but against the evil dragon and Dragon Palace, they could not do anything. Most importantly, they were caught in the middle of the situation. They knew that if they did not grasp this chance and did not have the upper hand, the 5 regions would not let them off in the future. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, the alliance leader position, should have been yours. Are you really going to give it up just like that? Afterwards, some Gu Immortals were unhappy. They secretly transmitted to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch snickered internally, replying, The tallest tree attracts the most wind. The tallest tree rots first. So what if we let this Lord Wu Shuai charge and shout for us? What's the big deal about giving up the position of Alliance Master? We have the help of the Evil Dragon and Dragon Palace. Chapter 1996, Eastern Sea, reflecting Shadow Sea area. The sea surface was like a mirror. There were no ripples. Even though winds were blowing, the sea was still like ice. Xia clan's Gu Immortal Xia Zhengqing was guarding this place. Reflecting Shadow Sea area was a super resource point. It produced a lot of dark path and rule path cultivation resources. Even though Xia clan cultivated water path, these resources were used for trading. They were very profitable. Xia Zhengqing was in closed cultivation now, when the formation around him suddenly gave a warning. Did some ancient desolate fish violate the boundary again? Xia Zhengqing initially thought that some underwater beast was attacking the immortal formation, but at the next moment his body and mind shook. A strong enemy is attacking. 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals charged over. Xia Zhengqing quickly activated the defensive formation. At this time, with a loud sound, the formation shattered. A hairy man Gu Immortal held a huge hammer. His body was covered in golden light as he charged into the formation. Xia Zhengqing spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. He immediately understood that the 3 Immortals were just a distraction. This one was the enemy's main force. A rank 8 hairy man Gu Immortal? Xia Zhengqing knew that he was not their match. He immediately sent a message to the clan while trying to activate the immortal formation to teleport himself out. At the next moment, he was teleported to a place 1,000 li away from the formation. Ha ha ha, he arrived after all. Great wisdom is truly amazing. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch praised. Great wisdom, Immortal Mother smiled and shook her head. If not for Lord Alliance leader's detailed information, how could I deduce so easily? Xia Zhengqing looked and felt like he had fallen into an icy cave. There were two variant human Gu immortals here. They were both rank 8. Since when did rank 8 Gu immortals become so common? And there are 3 variant human rank 8s. Xia Zhengqing felt this was unbelievable. He gritted his teeth. Who are you? Why are you opposing my Eastern Seas Xia clan? Ice, Crystal Immortal Monarch could not be bothered to speak to him. He waved his hand and activated a killer move that he had prepared. Xia Zhengqing only had rank 7 cultivation level. How could he block a rank 8 killer move? He was instantly frozen. Eastern Seas Xia clan headquarters. Hot Spring, Blessed Land. Oh no! A strong enemy is attacking. Reflecting Shadow Sea has fallen. Even though Xia Zhengqing escaped using the immortal formation, we have lost contact. Xia Zhengqing's warning had reached the Xia family in time. Xia clan's Gu immortals were mostly gathered in their headquarters. They did not expect such bad news to descend from the sky. It's true that disaster comes from the sky when one is sitting at home. Before Xia Zhengqing left, he sent news that the enemies included human Gu immortals and variant human Gu immortals. There is even a rank 8 hairy man. Where did these people come from? It's probably a faction from the Black and White Heavens. Under the Qi tide, the Grotto Heaven was revealed. I didn't expect there to be so many of these mutants left, and they even came to us first. That might be understandable. If they did not seize this opportunity, the 5 regions would definitely go to the Black and White Grotto Heaven to investigate after the Qi tide subsided. If we find any variant human force with rank 8 Gu immortals, we will definitely exterminate them. Back then, even Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find the variant human hiding in the Grotto Heaven. But now that the world has changed, these strange races have no choice but to reveal themselves. Xia clan's Gu immortals were not flustered. Even though they knew about the existence of a rank 8 variant human Gu immortal, they had immortal Gu houses to resist it. But soon, more bad news arrived. Light Wave Sea and Shooting Fish Sea were also destroyed by these variant human Gu immortals. The Xia clan Gu immortals guarding these 2 resource points were even worse off. They could not even send any news before they could contact them. Xia clan's Gu immortals were furious. We must teach these variant human Gu immortals a lesson. A mere outsider dares to bully us. A human superpower. Humph! If heaven wants to destroy people, it will first make them go crazy. These variant humans have gone crazy. First Supreme Elder, let us send our 2 immortal Gu houses out and kill them all. That's right, 3 of our Gu immortals are in their hands. We need to save our clansmen. We need to avenge this humiliation. The Gu immortals were filled with battle intent. They requested to fight. Xia clan's first Supreme Elder was Xia Rueji. He had a grim expression as he heard the Gu immortals' words. He shook his head. It is not wise to attack rashly. We lost 3 resource points in a row. These are all important areas. We have set up immortal formations to defend against them. This speed of loss is too fast. It is not normal. Our clan does not have a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding it. If we rashly move our 2 immortal Gu houses, our headquarters will definitely be weakened. Right now, we are at the final moment of replenishing Human Sea. We cannot be careless. In my opinion, we should defend ourselves to the death and wait until Human Sea is replenished. Our Xia clan's foundation will rise sharply. We will become one of the top forces in Eastern Sea. By then, we can deal with the variant human Gu immortals more easily. Even though Xia Rueji only had rank 7 cultivation level, he had high prestige. Xia clan's Gu immortals heard his words and felt that they were reasonable. The requests for battle became much fewer. But at the next moment, with a thunderous sound, an immortal goo house broke through the regional wall and charged into Xia clan's public blessed land. Eastern Sea Xia clan, today is the day of your destruction. The immortal goo house's door opened. Wu Shuai and the other Grotto Heaven goo immortals were standing inside. Xia clan's goo immortals saw this group of enemies and were extremely shocked. Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai. There are still so many variant human rank 8s. Oh heavens! Xia clan's goo immortals had pale expressions. They were panicking. But Wu Shuai did not give them time to accept the cruel truth. He waved his hand. Attack. Thus, at the next moment, the rank 8s around him and behind him charged down, attacking together. Seeing this terrifying scene, Xia clan's goo immortals felt their vision turn dark. Some almost fainted on the spot. Such a formation completely suppressed Xia clan's goo immortals. Xia clan did not even have a single rank 8, but Wu Shuai had more than 10 rank 8s. How could they fight? My Xia clan blessed land is not celestial court. Why are there so many rank 8 goo immortals attacking? Xia Ruiji's lips trembled. He felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss after being treated so solemnly. The enemy is too strong. Let's retreat. At this time, the female immortal Xia Ying shouted. She was pleasantly surprised. Xia Ruiji's body shook. He gritted his teeth. Go, quickly go. We will board the immortal goo house together. Xia clan had 2 immortal goo houses. They were both rank 7. One was whale fishing boat. The other was Gold Star Tower. You want to leave? Not so easy. All of you stay here. The variant human goo immortals attacked one after another, creating dazzling lights and explosions that shook the sky. At the crucial moment, Xia Ying dodged the pursuit and was the first to enter Gold Star Tower. But she did not escape. She moved Gold Star Tower forward. All of you leave. I will block them. Gold Star Tower charged forward. Using killer moves continuously, golden stars shot out in all directions. The variant human goo immortals quickly retreated. The remaining Xia clan goo immortals saw this chance. They boarded whale fishing boat and quickly left the base. Chapter 1997. These variant human goo immortals have rank 8 cultivation level, but their battle strength is not high. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch can accept it. And even though Eastern Sea Xia clan does not have a rank 8 goo house, they can rely on a rank 7 immortal goo house to fight. Wu Shuai stood at the entrance of the Dragon Palace, overlooking the battlefield. He watched the battle quietly and did not make a move. Previously, when he attacked the 3 resource points, he couldn't tell because of the difference in cultivation. But now that they were in a stalemate, they could immediately see many details. Wu Shuai analyzed in his heart and quickly figured out the reason behind it. The only reason why the mutated tribes were able to survive until now and develop so well was because of Providence's generous support. Providence was disrupted by star constellations' will. It could not allow Fate Goo to unleash the power of variant humans. However, Providence could affect calamities and tribulations. Undergoing tribulation was the greatest obstacle to a goo immortal's cultivation level. The more prosperous the human race was, the more Providence would take care of the alien grotto heavens. The tribulation of these variant humans was many times easier than ordinary human goo immortals. Even the human goo immortals of Black and White Heaven, because of their enmity with the 5 regions' human forces, were more or less taken care of. This was probably Providence's plan to divide them. It was clearly recorded in history. Back then, the outsiders were the overlords of the world. Providence manipulated Fate Goo and gave the instruction that humanity would reign supreme. On one hand, the heavenly Tao favored the primordial beginning and helped him become an immortal venerable. It took care of the human clan in all aspects and helped the human clan develop and grow. On the other hand, Providence also affected the other races, dividing them and causing them to fall into fierce internal strife. With the addition of the black and white skies, the area is vast. Every day covered the 5 regions. That was why there were so many rank 8 goo immortals in black and white heavens. Apart from the part around me, there is still a small part left in the black and white skies. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai started to move. The Dragon Palace began to move. Xia Ying, who was in the Golden Star Tower, felt his heart rise to his throat. Right now, it was very difficult for her to deal with these rank 8s. She seemed to have the upper hand, but she could not last for long. It wouldn't be strange, even if the tables were turned in the next breath. All right, Lord Wu Shuai is about to make his move. I'm looking forward to it. It is a pity that our grotto heavens do not have immortal goo houses, as expected of a superpowers foundation. Only after clashing with it did I realize that it truly is worthy of its name. The rank 8 goo immortals showed expressions of joy and anticipation. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, the Dragon Palace slowly flew away from the battlefield. The rank 8 goo immortals were stunned. What was going on? At the next moment, Wu Shuai's cold voice could be heard. More than a dozen of you rank 8s, if you cannot even take down a rank 7 female immortal and a rank 7 immortal goo house together, what face do you have left to live? The rank 8 goo immortals were tongue-tied. They were speechless. In the end, they could only watch as the Dragon Palace flew away. Oh no, he's flying towards the sea of people. Xia Ying's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Xia Ying was extremely bewildered. How did Marshal Wu know that there was a sea of people hiding in the Xia family's headquarters? No, the human sea had hidden itself very deeply. Perhaps he just wants to plunder resources. Wu Shuai flew away from the battlefield and arrived above a lake. He hovered the Dragon Palace slowly. The sea of people is here. Wu Shuai's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately activated his method. A mystical light shot out from his palm, piercing hundreds of feet of lake water, directly reaching the bottom of the lake. Next, the mystical light spread out, covering the entire lake. The lake water quickly evaporated. Smoke spread out. Countless voices could be heard from within the white fog. The voices became louder and louder. The white fog turned into countless human figures, flying in the air. At once, Dragon Palace was covered in white fog. Countless figures were like white specters surrounding Dragon Palace. There were tens of thousands of them. Collect! With a thought from Wu Shuai, the white mist immediately gathered into a white lake and poured into the Dragon Palace. The momentum of this scene was so great that both sides on the battlefield in the distance could see it clearly. Wu Shuai is actually taking advantage of the fact that we are fighting to plunder the loot. That white fog is very mystical. It emits dense human path aura. Wu Shuai is taking it personally. It is definitely a top-grade treasure. Don't be afraid. As the alliance leader, how can Wu Shuai not lead by example? Otherwise, how can he convince the others? After taking this white fog, he will definitely share a portion with us. The rank 8 goo immortals conversed. Xia Ying's heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai actually knows about human sea. Furthermore, he has a method to collect human sea. How is this possible? The plan to create human sea is only known by my Xia clan's goo immortals. We have kept it a secret. Even if Xia Zhengqing and the rest were captured and soul-searched by Wu Shuai, only First Supreme Elder knows the method to collect them. How can he think of a replacement method so quickly? To think that human sea is still in its embryonic form, it is not complete. Wu Shuai sized up the white fog in Dragon Palace. There were all sorts of appearances and figures in the white fog. It was strange, but also grand. 2 completely different styles, but they were naturally fused together. Wu Shuai smiled lightly, not minding it. In order to replenish the human sea, He only needed to kill enough humans. Because of the main body's information, Wu Shuai knew that Human Sea was a human path secluded domain that Xia clan had been working hard for many years to create. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the Five Regions Chaotic War, Human Sea shone brilliantly. It helped Eastern Sea's Xia clan rise up rapidly. But it was still far from a complete, secluded domain. Coincidentally, Southern Border's Chai clan obtained a crucial insight from Human Sea. They started to create a similar artificial secluded domain, Human Mountain. Back then, a wisdom path Gu Immortal deduced that by fusing Human Mountain and Human Sea, they would form into a complete, secluded domain of heaven and earth. Human Sea is too far away, but just Human Sea is enough to help my main body greatly. Wu Shuai felt gratified. The most important thing was still Fang Yuan's main body. And Fang Yuan's main body's biggest problem was the restriction of the heavenly Tao. This was Red Lotus' scheme. Fang Yuan was trying to find a way to break it. He found the recipe of human path, but even though the Thousand Wish Tree was a human path, ancient, desolate plant, its grade could not compare to many heaven path Tao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Eastern Sea's Xia clan's Human Sea. Because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Fang Yuan did not need to use his main body. He used Wu Shuai to easily take Human Sea. Not long after Wu Shuai took Human Sea, the battle over there also came to an end. Xia Ying could not escape defeat, but many of his rank 8 Grotto Heaven experts were injured. The one who truly defeated Golden Star Tower was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Alliance Leader, you took the chance to take away the human path treasure. That is not good, right? The Immortals gathered at the entrance of Dragon Palace. An impatient, rank 8 Gu Immortal questioned. Wu Shuai glanced at him lightly. Dragon Palace immediately activated its killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. That rank 8 Gu Immortal was caught off guard. He was engulfed by the light smoke before he could even make a sound. He was swept into Dragon Palace. The Immortals were shocked and fearful. Who else has a problem with me? Wu Shuai crossed his arms, looking at the Immortals. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. He was surrounded by many rank 8s. Chapter 1998. Facing Wu Shuai's domineering attitude, the two Heavens Gu Immortals lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this, and cheered internally. Wu Shuai's actions were going to disappoint them. On the other hand, he was envious. When would he have such great battle strength to be able to make everyone submit to him? After a while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up and said respectfully, Lord Alliance Leader, allies, the most important thing now is to chase after Xia Clan's survivors. Most of Xia Clan's Gu Immortals have already escaped on the whale fishing boat. If we do not chase after them now, we will not be able to catch up. That's right, that's right. The Immortals nodded. They started to discuss this topic. Many people looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with gratitude. His words gave these rank 8s a way out of this embarrassing situation. Ha ha! Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Chase? Why should we chase after them? Wu Shuai continued. We were able to take down Eastern Sea's Xia Clan headquarters because we acted quickly. We caught them off guard. If we want to expand our territory now, it will be hard to invade other superforces. From now on, Eastern Sea and even the 5 regions' Righteous Path forces will be extremely vigilant. But if we let these Xia Clan Gu Immortals escape, they will invite other Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces to help them reclaim their lost territory. That way, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces will leave their territories and come to us to die. Isn't that a good thing? The Immortals were stunned before nodding. They had to admit that Wu Shuai's analysis was reasonable. Lord Alliance Leader has a broad vision. We cannot compare to you after all. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sucked up to him. Wu Shuai's expression sank. I do not care about these Eastern Sea superforces. But there is one person that I am wary of. That person is Qi Si Ancestor. This old man went against Duke Long. He once held the Qi Si banquet and the Fate War. He did not help Feng Yuan or the Celestial Court. His attitude is very important. Next, he will be persuaded by the Righteous Path forces to deal with us. That is very likely. Of course, it is not strange if he continues to cultivate in seclusion and does not fight us. I released Xia clan's people to probe Qi Si Ancestor as well. The two Heavens Gu immortals listened to Wu Shuai's analysis and nodded, their expressions turning grim. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch glanced at Wu Shuai secretly, thinking, Wu Shuai is Wu Shuai after all. He cannot be underestimated. He has both foresight and skill. It's just that he disdains to use it on us. But then he thought, Qi Si Ancestor's attitude is indeed ambiguous. On one hand, he had once worked with Feng Yuan to make things difficult for Duke Long, but later he reconciled with Duke Long. On the other hand, he held the Qi Si banquet and entertained the celestial court's Gu Immortal Jun Xinguang. He also allowed demonic Gu Immortals to openly sell Blood Path Immortal Gu. Done. Wu Shuai waved his hand, interrupting the immortals' thoughts. We've chased the Xia clan away. It's time to split the spoils of this battle. As a result, the atmosphere quickly changed, and it became in full swing. The Eastern Sea was the most prosperous region in the 5 regions. As a superpower in the Eastern Sea, the Xia family naturally controlled many resources and had a rich treasury. Xia family's assets were distributed by Feng Yuan one by one. Each Gu Immortal had a considerable amount of wealth. The two Heavens Gu Immortals were overjoyed. They sighed with emotion. The 5 regions are so rich. This is just the foundation of an Eastern Sea superforce, but it is already so deep. Xia clan is useless. If such resources were placed in my grotto heaven, it would be much better than before. What made the two Heavens Gu Immortals even more surprised was that Wu Shuai's share was much smaller than what they had expected. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's thoughts changed as he said to the surrounding Gu Immortals, Everyone, listen to me. Our gains from this battle are all thanks to our Lord Alliance leader. He was the one who led us to victory. Without his information and plans, how could we have taken down Xia clan so easily? However, the Alliance Master has received the least amount of the spoils of war. This isn't very fair. The Gu Immortals were stunned. They looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a sincere expression. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch deeply. I am a loner. I do not need many cultivation resources. These resources are not suitable for me, but if I need them in the future, I will definitely take them. Since I have already distributed these gains, I do not intend to take them back. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words reminded me. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Wu Shuai spoke. Subordinate is here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists. His attitude was extremely respectful. Wu Shuai smiled. You are very good. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly bowed. It is my great fortune to be recognized by Alliance leader. Wu Shuai nodded. Of course, following me is the greatest fortune of your lives. But you, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, as the Vice Alliance leader, your gains are only about the same as the other allies. That is not appropriate. Then I will give you the final share of shooting Fish Sea. Lord Alliance leader? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly raised his head, showing a stunned expression. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. I told you to keep it. Just keep it. Don't be afraid. I'll back you up. If anyone dares to say anything, if anyone dares to look down on you, tell me, I will deal with them. Wu Shuai said as his dragon eyes looked around with an imposing aura. The Gu Immortals of the two heavens did not dare to look at each other. They quickly looked away and lowered their heads. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch obtained a super resource point, but he did not show any joy. He looked at Wu Shuai, seeing the faint smile in his eyes. He shuddered. As expected of the former Dragonman commander, I underestimated him. This old monster must have seen through my motive. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch realized this. His back was soaked in cold sweat. He wanted to incite Wu Shuai and make him lose the trust of the people. But to think that Wu Shuai would do the opposite, by doing this, the other Gu Immortals would think that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not satisfied with the gains. He was using the Alliance leader's name to achieve his goal. After all, if the Alliance leader wanted more benefits, wouldn't it be reasonable for the Vice Alliance leader to get more than others? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, are you not going to thank me? Wu Shuai stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a deep smile on his face. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart shuddered. He gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "This subordinate thanks you." Wu Shuai saw that he lowered his head, but he did not feel joy. He felt some disappointment instead. These two Heavens Gu Immortals had been in seclusion for too long. In order to hide themselves, they did not dare to move around, not to mention competing against each other. Without competition, there would not be enough tempering. No matter how biased Providence was, it could not nurture true Gu Immortal elites. Wu Shuai looked at the two Heavens Gu Immortals. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had decent battle strength and mental fortitude. The others were simply a disgrace to their rank 8 cultivation level. No wonder in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, these two Heavens Grotto Heavens did not cause any commotion. Chapter 1999. While Wu Shuai and the rest were dividing up Xia Clan's wealth, the atmosphere in the whale fishing boat was grim and gloomy. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? The enemies are too fierce. There are more than 10 rank 8s. We cannot defend our headquarters, especially when the enemy's leader is Wu Shuai. The chances of us counterattacking are too slim. Sigh. It is a pity that Xia Ying and the rest sacrificed themselves. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals were furious and helpless. They felt that their future was bleak. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Rui, she snorted coldly. I don't care who it is, be it Wu Shuai or the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the two Heavens, they cannot invade my Xia Clan's territory. They will not be able to rampage for long. We will ask for reinforcements from Eastern Sea's righteous path. So be it if they are only human Gu Immortals. But they are led by Wu Shuai and have the majority of variant human Gu Immortals. The battle scene we have is the best proof. Eastern Sea's righteous path, and even the 5 regions' righteous path, will not let these variant human forces grow stronger. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals heard this, and their morale rose slightly. Asking for help was the only way out, but who should they ask for help from? That was a matter worth considering. Xia Clan was at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea. With Xia Clan as the center, the Merman Imperial Court was at the west. Tang Clan was at the southeast. Xie Clan was at the northeast. These 3 clans were not the best targets to ask for help from. They were all super forces that bordered Xia Clan. Xia Clan had the best relationship with the Merman Imperial Court, but the Merman Imperial Court was a variant human force. Even though no Merman Gu Immortals appeared in the battle earlier, Xia Clan did not dare to take the risk. As for Tang Clan and Xie Clan, these 2 clans had conflicts with Xia Clan. Asking for help now was not something Xia Clan's Gu Immortals wanted to experience. After some discussion, Xia Clan's Gu Immortals controlled the whale fishing boat and carefully went around the Merman Imperial Court, asking for help from Shun Clan, who was further west. This way, the journey was much longer. While Xia Clan was asking for help, news of them being invaded by the 2 Heavens Gu Immortals had already spread in jewel yellow skies, shocking the world. There are so many variant human rank 8 Gu Immortals. Is this news true? It's not strange at all. whether it's day or night. It's as vast as the 5 regions. These damned alien races have hidden themselves too well. They're too bold. They actually dare to declare war on the human race. They're asking for it. What makes me even angrier is that there are human goo immortals among them. What were they thinking? How dare you betray your own race? At once, all the goo immortals in the world were discussing this matter. The Shun family was no exception. The letter from the Xia family asking for help had already been delivered to the Shun family. This was an important matter. Shun clan's first supreme elder, Shen Songshen, gathered the goo immortals for a discussion. The reason why the Xia family came to our Shun family for help is obvious. There's no need to say more. But should we, the Shun family, help them? Feel free to speak your mind. Shen Songshen said, "The enemy is powerful. Why should we challenge Great Liang alone? After all, Wu Shuai has Dragon Palace and Di Zongsheng. He even has Dream Path methods. His battle strength is too terrifying." That's right. And the worrisome thing is that Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan have a relationship. We have no way of knowing what their relationship is, but they are indeed close. If we deal with Wu Shuai, we might draw out the demon Fang Yuan. Shun Songshen nodded. That makes sense. He did not change his expression. Because of the blue dragon whale, he had a relationship with Fang Yuan, but their cooperation was very secretive. Even Shun clan's goo immortals did not know about it. This was because Shun Songshen was thinking about his own reputation and Shun clan's reputation. I think it is not right to not help Xia clan. Xia clan and our tribe are both members of the righteous path. They came all the way here to ask for help. If we do not agree, how will Xia clan look at us? How will Eastern Sea look at us? How will the 5 regions look at us? I agree with that. This is not a simple internal conflict between humans. This is a war between humans and variant humans. If our Shun clan does not take a clear stance, we will be criticized by the world. Shun Songshen nodded. That makes sense. But the enemy force is too strong. They have more than 10 rank 8s and Wu Shuai as their leader. Even if we summon Ancestor Shen Shang back, we will not be able to resist such an enemy. During the Fate War, after Shen Shang went crazy, he disappeared without a trace. Even though Shen clan tried their best to find Ancestor Shen Shang, they did not succeed. The whole world was watching. The source of the news about Jewel Yellow Skies was most likely Xia clan. Xia clan used this method to force Eastern Sea's righteous path forces to help them. Under the attention of the world, Shun clan had no choice but to help Xia clan. But Wu Shuai's side was too strong, too terrifying. Even though Shun clan was a super force facing the Two Heavens Alliance, they had to be wary. Elders, don't worry. I have a plan to resolve our current situation. Ren Xiaoping said. After returning from the Blue Dragon Whale, Ren Xiaoping had become Shun clan's external supreme elder. Normally, he abided by the rules and kept a low profile, but now was the crucial moment. Shun clan had fallen, chaos had descended. He, Ren Xiaoping, would not have a good time either. Ren Xiaoping continued. Wu Shuai's battle strength is extremely strong, but Eastern Sea still has an ancestor who can resist the evil dragon. Which ancestor of Qi Si are you talking about? Someone's eyes brightened. That's right, Qi Si ancestor. Ren Xiaoping nodded. Good plan, let's do that. Shun Songshen clapped as he smiled, making up his mind. Several days later, Xia clan came to Shun clan, wanting to borrow their forces to reclaim their lost territory. Shun Songshen personally showed up and gave Xia clan a warm welcome. But to resist Wu Shuai's group, Shun Songshen said that he did not have enough strength. He suggested gathering more righteous path forces. Qi tides were rampaging everywhere. The 5 regions' Gu immortals were all resting and recuperating. They could not act rashly. Eastern Sea's righteous path could only mobilize a few people. But Shen Songsheng suggested informing Qi Si ancestor of Xia clan's situation, asking him to uphold justice for them. Shen Songsheng copied Xia clan. Before asking Qi Si ancestor for help, he already spread the news to Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, the entire world's attention was focused on the Qi Si. Almost all Gu immortals were waiting for Qi Si ancestor's reaction. The human Gu immortals hoped that old ancestor number 7 could step forward as a rank 8 senior who could resist Duke Long. He should be able to take responsibility. But many people had pessimistic thoughts. Because Qi Si ancestor was a secluded cultivator, he had an ambiguous relationship with the righteous path and demonic path. He had even cooperated with Fang Yuan in the past. From this aspect, it was quite possible that Qi Si ancestor did not care about the outside world. Qi Si ancestor reacted very quickly. He immediately expressed his opinion in Jewel Yellow Skies. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. We have primordial origin, and Qi Si now, we cannot let these variant humans with ulterior motives grow stronger. Once he said that, the entire world cheered. Chapter 2000. Celestial Court. The damage caused by the Fate War here was already gradually recovering. The losses had also been tallied up, and it could be said to be disastrous. Conference Hall. Qin Ding Ling looked at the surrounding Gu immortals and wills. Most of the members of the Celestial Court returned to their slumber in the immortal tomb. Fang Yuan had destroyed more than half of the immortal graveyard, but there were not many members of the Celestial Court. These members of the Celestial Court did not have much lifespan left. Rather than dying of old age, it was better for them to enter the graveyard and hibernate to maximize their value. However, what worried Qin Dingling was that even though these Gu immortals went back to sleep, she did not obtain any sign of the will of the stars. It seemed that the Fate War had caused great damage to the constellation's will. This had become Qin Dingling's sore point. The will of the constellation could interfere with the operation of Providence, but Providence could also assimilate the will of the constellation. If the constellation's will lacked reinforcements and was assimilated by Providence, it would be a huge nightmare for the human race and the Celestial Court. But this time, the reason Qin Dingling came here to gather the immortals was not because of star constellation's will. Qi tides are rampaging, and the 2 heavens are acting strangely. Wu Shuai led the allied Gu immortals of the 2 heavens and attacked Eastern Sea's Xia clan. Now that Xia clan sought help from Qi Si ancestor, the 2 sides were now enemies. What do you think the Celestial Court should do at such a juncture? Qin Dingling asked. She was a luck path Gu immortal, not a wisdom path Gu immortal like Fairy Myrtle. Thus, Qin Dingling could not make a decision on such an important matter. She had to gather the Gu immortals to discuss it. Without a doubt, the allied forces of the past 2 days are mostly foreign races. They are the enemies of our Celestial Court and must be eliminated. In this aspect, Qi Si ancestor is quite responsible. Right now, the confrontation between Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor is also a confrontation between variant humans and variant humans. But in fact, the key isn't the outcome of the battle, but rather the outsider, Fang Yuan. That's right. Be it Wu Shuai or Qi Si ancestor, they were related to Fang Yuan. Wu Shuai claimed that he was only cooperating with Fang Yuan, that he was the reincarnated Wu Shuai of the past, and that he was determined to strengthen the Dragon Man race. As for Qi Si ancestor, he had an agreement with Fang Yuan to fight against our Celestial Court, but his attitude changed after Lord Duke Long used half a Qi path true inheritance. During the Fate War, Qi Si ancestor did not appear. This shows that Lord Duke Long's decision is wise and correct. But I have a different opinion. Qi-Si ancestor might be Fang Yuan in disguise. Previously, we did not think of this possibility because we thought that Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. Now that we know the secret of the sovereign immortal body, Fang Yuan likely had rank 8 cultivation level back then and disguised as Qi-Si ancestor. Don't forget, during the Fate War, Fang Yuan used Qi Path methods to destroy the Qi Wall. His Qi Path method was unlimited Qi-Si. It was the signature killer move of Southern Borders Heaven, surveying 5 xiangs, Qi Xiang. But the Qi Path method that Qi-Si ancestor used when fighting against Duke Long was very different from unlimited Qi-Si. If they are the same person, the possibility is not high. But we cannot eliminate this possibility. Speaking of which, Wu Shuai is far more suspicious than Qi-Si ancestor. He might not be Fang Yuan in disguise, but he might be Fang Yuan's clone. After all, Fang Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect. He definitely inherited a portion of Spectral Soul's foundation. One of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's specialty is to split his soul into clones. His Shadow Sect was created like this. The Immortals discussed. Qin Dingling had a hesitant expression. She felt a headache. The Gu Immortals had their own opinions. Nobody could convince anyone else. In the end, they could only let Qin Dingling make the decision. After thinking for a while, Qin Dingling sighed and said, "Everyone, please listen to me. Fang Yuan has familiar face. He can disguise himself as all sorts of people. Even though we need to be vigilant, we cannot disregard other possibilities because of our suspicions. Wu Shuai might be Fang Yuan's clone. Qi-Si ancestor might be Fang Yuan's disguise. This is indeed possible. But at the same time, there is also the possibility that they are not closely related to Fang Yuan. We cannot be overly cautious because of Fang Yuan. Forget about Wu Shuai, just Qi-Si ancestor alone. Are we going to give up on the possibility of roping in Qi-Si ancestor and making him our celestial court's ally? Just because of this?" Fang Zheng heard this and hesitated before asking, "Senior Qin wants to recruit Qi-Si ancestor?" Qin Dingling nodded. "Lord Duke Long is dead. Feng Zhouge has become a traitor. Our celestial court indeed lacks a pseudo-venerable to stabilize the situation. Earlier, Senior Duke Long had tried to recruit Qi-Si ancestor using Primordial Origin's true inheritance as a bargaining chip. Even though Qi-Si ancestor did not agree, he did not appear during the Fate War. The Immortals were silent. Qin Dingling's plan was Duke Long's. Earlier, because Fate Gu needed to be repaired, Duke Long wanted to temporarily stabilize Qi-Si ancestor. But now, Celestial Court needed a pseudo-venerable battle strength that could stabilize the situation, even though it had calmed down now. But the truth was because of the rampaging Qi tides and the Heaven Path Dao marks, the Gu Immortals had to rest and recuperate. They could not attack. But when the Qi tides calm down and Fang Yuan digests those Heaven Path Dao marks, what would happen? By then, Celestial Court's strongest person would only be Qin Dingling. Could she stop the 4 regions Gu Immortals with ulterior motives? Could she stop Evil Dragon Di Zongshan? Could she stop Fang Yuan? Celestial Court knew about this. In the past, there had been cases of recruiting Gu Immortals of the 4 regions. Wan Zihong was one of them. This female immortal was a demon of Western Desert back then, but Celestial Court still tried to recruit her. As long as she was a human, Celestial Court was very tolerant. I am not against recruiting Qi-Si ancestor, but before that, we need to know his true relationship with Fang Yuan. Even so, Qi-Si ancestor might not care about the current Celestial Court. I think Primordial Origin's true inheritance is more attractive to him than anything else. Fang Zheng volunteered. Right now, Qi-Si ancestor is in a standoff with Wu Shuai. This is a good opportunity for Celestial Court. We can find out some truths from this. Of course, no matter what, the variant human Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens cannot be left alive. Since Night, Heavenly Wolf Lord, is our spy, I am willing to send troops to Eastern Sea and exterminate these variant human goo immortals. Fang Zheng controlled Demon's sealing board. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level now, with this board, he could deal with most rank 8 goo immortals. The 5 regions goo immortals could not do anything under the influence of the chi tides. But Celestial Court's goo immortals were different. Celestial Court's members were mostly phantom apertures. They were not restricted by the current situation. Fang Zheng had just finished speaking when another goo immortal asked to join them and go to Eastern Sea to exterminate these variant human goo immortals. Even though Celestial Court lost, they still followed the Celestial Court's principles and fought for the entire human race. Qin Dingling smiled. I got it. Why do we need to go to Eastern Sea? Wu Shuai is guarding there. We need to use him to investigate Qi Sea ancestors' background. We will go to the 2 heavens and exterminate those Grotto Heaven forces. We will take drastic measures against them. Chapter 2001. Celestial Court is Celestial Court after all. Night, Heavenly Wolf Lord looked at the information path goo worm in his hand as he sighed. Sure enough, as he expected, the Heavenly Court really made a move to deal with the allied forces of the 2 heavens. He had already predicted that such a situation would occur. Humans had no choice in the world. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven had to join the 2 Heavens Alliance army. If it did not, it would be besieged until it was destroyed. But joining this force would only delay its destruction by a little. By then, the 5 regions would retaliate, and the 2 Heavens Alliance army would fall apart. They would suffer huge losses. When the nest is overturned, there would be no intact eggs. By then, Night Wolf Grotto Heaven would also be dealt with. Thus, from the start, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord decided to join the 5 regions. This was for himself, and also to find a way for Night Wolf Grotto Heaven to survive. Thus, he took a huge risk and contacted Celestial Court in secret. At this point, Qi Sea Ancestor and Wu Shuai were in a standoff. Celestial Court had already secretly dispatched troops to attack the headquarters of the variant humans in the 2 heavens. Since Night Heavenly Wolf Lord took the initiative to join, Celestial Court Qin Dingling sent him a secret letter, asking him to cooperate with Celestial Court in this operation. Celestial Court did not disappoint me after all. Even if they suffered huge losses in the Fate War, no matter what, they will uphold humanity's righteousness. They will disregard sacrifices and benefits. They will think of humanity as a whole. Such integrity moved Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, because he was a human goo immortal. Compared to Celestial Court's magnanimity, be it Qi Sea Ancestor or Wu Yong, they were stingy. Even Northern Plains Longevity Heaven was the same. What was the policy left behind by Giant Sun Immortal? The world. Even if Night Heavenly Wolf Grotto Heaven had no enmity with Longevity Heaven, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord would not join Longevity Heaven. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not hesitate. He immediately replied and agreed to cooperate with Celestial Court. According to their agreement, when Wu Shuai and Qi Sea Ancestor fought, the Celestial Court would take the initiative to attack. If these 2 did not make a move, the Celestial Court would make a move in about a month's time. It will depend on Wu Shuai and Qi Sea Ancestor now. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was filled with anticipation. Other than Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, countless forces and goo immortals were also paying attention to the Eastern Sea battle. Wu Yong of Southern Border was one of them. If Qi Sea Ancestor is defeated, the variant human forces will expand rapidly. They will develop like a rolling snowball. They might become a huge threat to the 5 regions. If Duke Long loses, then the alien races will shrink back and defend themselves. This is a good thing for the 5 regions humans. But for me, I don't want to see it. Wu Yong was an ambitious man. He couldn't wait for the world to be more chaotic. The more chaotic it was, the more opportunities he would have to maneuver and reap benefits from it. He would constantly strengthen himself and finally conquer the world. Thus, he hated chi tides the most. Precisely because of the chi tides, the 5 regions Gu immortals had no choice but to recuperate. He lost the chance to defeat the Celestial Court. It was truly a pity. Lord, Empress Wu Ji, and the rest have revived. What should we do next? At this time, Wu Ba Chong came to report. He was the 2nd Supreme Elder of Wu Clan. He was quite old and had a steady personality. After Fake Gu was destroyed, the most obvious change was that revival became much easier. Originally, Empress Wu Ji's batch of Gu immortal seeds died on Etian Mountain. But now, they were revived by Wu Clan's Gu immortals. Wu Yong nodded. These people are our future hope. They have experienced sufficient setbacks and trials in the Gu Master stage. If they become Gu immortals in the future, they will definitely be elites. Impart the immortal ascension method to them. Make detailed preparations and provide them with resources. I want Wu Clan to gain more than 10 Gu immortals in the next few years. Yes, Lord. Wu Ba Chong did not have any doubts. The 5 regions chaotic war in the future would definitely be a long and drawn-out war. It was not something that could be resolved in a day. In that situation, all the forces would have to consider their foundation and long-term plans. There is one more thing. It is related to Chi Path. Wu Ba Chong said as he handed an information path mortal Gu to Wu Yong. Wu Yong probed with his mind and quickly browsed through it. This information path mortal Gu recorded all sorts of immortal materials. They were all Chi Path. They were all new changes brought about by the Chi tides. It seems that Chi Path is going to prosper again. Are the Chi harvest fruits inside really so effective? Wu Yong sighed as he asked. Wu Ba Chong said, currently many Gu immortals have used them. They are indeed so. These fruits are the crystallization of Chi Path. They are in harmony with the 5 Chi. They are extraordinary. When placed into the immortal aperture, they can turn into turbulent Chi currents and cause the heaven and earth Chi to transform much earlier. Whoever can obtain more Chi harvest fruits will be able to get out of this recuperating situation earlier. Then gather more of these immortal materials. Also, gather the treasuries of the clan and organize a Chi Path inheritance. We will try to use it to nurture Chi Path Gu immortals. Wu Yong instructed. Yes. Wu Ba Chong immediately accepted the order. Wu Clan was proficient in Wind Path. They had little knowledge in Chi Path. But such a huge clan naturally had some foundation in Chi Path. With all sorts of inheritance fragments, they might be able to nurture 1 or 2 Chi Path Gu immortals. Of course, even if these Gu masters became Chi Path Gu immortals, their future achievements would not be great. But since Wu Clan needed to make up for this weakness, these Gu masters could only sacrifice their potential to become Chi Path Gu immortals. Southern border, Luo Clan. 3 Gu immortals went deep into Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. I broke through. Luo Ran was extremely excited. His face was pale. He had a cold expression. He was a general of Luo Clan, famous in southern border. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. While the whole world was recuperating, Luo Ran secretly led 2 other Gu immortals from Luo Clan to explore Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. He did not care about the development of his immortal aperture. This effort was not in vain. They finally broke through their bottleneck. There was a vast expanse of land ahead of them. If they went deeper, they would reach the true central area of Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. To think that the Chi tides actually caused a change in Chi Ju Grotto Heaven, we can move forward now. Luo Muzi sighed. Let's hurry up. The Chi tides swept the world. Chi Ju Grotto Heaven can only conceal itself for a while. We need to inherit Chi-Ju's true inheritance before the whole world discovers us. With this true inheritance, our Luo clan will be able to adapt to this great era and seize the initiative. Luo Haozei's eyes shined with bright light. Several days later, Eastern Sea, Qi Sea ancestor suddenly moved. He was surrounded by countless Qi waves as he charged towards Eastern Sea Xia clan headquarters. Good timing. Wu Shuai sensed it from 10,000 li away. He laughed loudly as he flew into Dragon Palace, controlling evil dragon Di Zongxing to fight. A huge battle that attracted the attention of the world erupted. Chapter 2002. Rumble. With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook like thunder. Endless air currents surged. Dragon Palace shined with a bright light as it retreated. Qi Sea ancestor did not chase it. The air currents around him piled up again like a mountain or a sea. Both sides had fought for a day and a night. They exchanged blows, but could not do anything to the other party for now. Around the battlefield, countless pairs of eyes were watching. Eastern Sea's righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivator Gu Immortals came to watch the battle, not to mention the Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. Senior Qi Sea ancestor is truly amazing. His methods are grand and imposing. Wu Shuai's attacks are all in vain. Hua clan's first supreme elder, Hua Kaiyun sighed. Qin Yuan, who was beside her, said, "But Wu Shuai cannot be underestimated. Don't forget that he only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he can actually resist Qi Sea ancestor." Hua Kaiyun sighed. Wu Shuai has been reborn. He is also an old monster. His immortal Gu House Dragon Palace is truly powerful. If not for it, he would not be Qi Sea ancestor's match. While the two were talking, a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. A huge demonic dragon that resembled a mountain range appeared on the battlefield. It could be seen from 10,000 li away. Oh heavens, such a terrifying dragon. This can be considered the #1 immemorial desolate beast in the world, right? This is the evil dragon Di Zongxing. Just by watching the battle, I am already shaken. My fighting spirit is gone. I can't imagine how the Gu Immortals who are fighting it feel. Wu Shuai finally released the evil dragon. This proves that Qi Sea ancestor has already pushed him to his limits. The following battle is the crucial point. The Gu Immortals who were watching the battle were all shocked. Many of them did not participate in the Fate War personally. They only saw it through everybody's vision. They did not experience it personally. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they had a different feeling. The evil dragon roared as it charged towards Qi Sea ancestor. Qi Sea ancestor snorted coldly. His voice echoed throughout the surroundings. He clapped with both palms as an immortal killer move flew over, creating a tsunami of Qi currents. Di Zongxing rushed forward, but when he was hit by the tsunami, his momentum came to a halt. Di Zongxing shook his dragon body and wanted to move forward, but the tsunami of air currents was endless and unstoppable, and he was actually crushed to the ground. Seeing this, the spectating Gu Immortals were all shocked. Qin Yu and Hua Kaiyun, Shen Songsheng, and the others cheered loudly, and their faces were flushed with joy. Zhou Xiong Xian and Jun Shenguang, who were specially dispatched by the Celestial Court, were also shocked and quickly looked at each other. Thinking back to the Fate War, the two transformation path great experts of my Celestial Court could not stop the evil dragon's charge and were directly crushed by it. To think that Qi Sea ancestor actually blocked it. Jun Shenguang had a shocked expression. Zhou Xiong Xian squinted as he sized up Qi Sea ancestor from afar. He had already used his information path methods to gather all the information and clues in the battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xian analyzed solemnly. Qi Sea ancestor is a peerless expert who fought to a draw with Lord Duke Long. It is not strange that he could resist the evil dragon Di Zongxing. But this new killer move of his seems to have traces of the primordial Qi wall. Lord Duke Long had once given half of primordial origin's true inheritance to Qi Si ancestor. To think that after the Fate War, he had already innovated and created an improved Qi wall killer move. Jun Shin Guang blinked. If that is the case, did Qi Si ancestor really go into closed cultivation during the Fate War to comprehend this killer move? Zhou Xiong Xin did not deny it. There is no conclusion yet. But, at least for now, Qi Si ancestors' methods are very different from the Qi path methods that Fang Yuan has. Saying so, Zhou Xiong Xin sighed. Qi Si ancestor's origin is too mysterious, he is hidden too deeply. Even now, we have not investigated his identity. If it were in the past, we might be able to use the River of Time to trace his origin and figure out his identity. But now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the River of Time has become extremely dangerous. There are huge waves. Even if a time path great expert enters it, their lives will be in danger. This road will be cut off. Other than time path, there was also wisdom path. But regretfully, Fang Yuan destroyed most of the immortal graveyards. Fairy Myrtle defected to Spectral Soul's side. This caused the Celestial Court to have an unprecedented lack of wisdom path experts. Boom! A huge wave crashed down, shaking heaven and earth. The evil dragon roared. Its mountain-like body moved, but it was still suppressed by Qi Si ancestor. Qi Si ancestor had a grand aura. Every move of his had the power to topple heaven and overturn the sea. The grand evil dragon was not his match. The human Gu immortals cheered. At this moment, Qi Si ancestor's reputation rose rapidly in the 5 regions. At the crucial moment, when the 5 regions' Gu immortals could not make a move and human path forces were weak, Qi Si ancestor stood up and attacked the variant human forces. This made the human Gu immortals feel joy. This is how a true man should act. Even though Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not come personally, he sent Shi Clan Gu immortals to witness the battle. Wu Yong was also in southern border. Seeing this, his heart sank as he thought, in the future when we attack Eastern Sea, this Qi Si ancestor will be a huge obstacle. Inside the Celestial Court, Qin Dingling sat in the central Great Hall with complex emotions. In the past, Celestial Court would stand up and fight at the front lines, but this time, Qi Si ancestor took over Celestial Court's position, bearing the expectations and responsibility of humanity. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were still suspicious of Qi Si ancestor's identity and his unclear relationship with Fang Yuan, this battle had indeed raised their impression of Qi Si ancestor greatly. While the human Gu immortals were feeling happy, the 2 Heavens Alliance army was solemn. The Gu immortals were filled with fear. How can this be? Even after sending Di Zongxing, they still could not turn the situation around. Humans are truly strong. This is the foundation of the 5 regions. We were too hasty to start a war. Humph! Even if we don't attack, they will definitely attack us in the future. For millions of years, they have treated us variant humans like this. That's right, we need to act first to have a chance of survival. We cannot interfere in this battle. Sigh, we can only pray for Lord Wu Shuai to win. The variant human Gu immortals conversed. Many had grim expressions as their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Among them were many rank 8 Gu immortals with high cultivation level. They were ancestor-level characters in their respective grotto heavens. But after witnessing this terrifying battle, they did not dare to participate. Qi Si ancestor, you have been arrogant for too long. Right at this time, Dragon Palace rose up. Wu Shuai's voice could be heard from within. The immortals saw that Dragon Palace was like an orange-gold meteor crashing towards Qi Si ancestor. Qi Si ancestor's body surged with Qi currents. He tried to block it, but the effect was not good. Dragon Palace broke through the wind and waves with great momentum. Once a Dream Path killer move was activated, A trace of smoke swept towards Chi-Si ancestor with unstoppable momentum. Be careful! Seeing this, many human goo immortals shouted. Their hearts were in their throats, even though they knew that their warnings could not reach the battlefield. Right now, Dream Path was unparalleled in the world. Chi-Si ancestor could only retreat and avoid the attack. This time, Wu Shuai had the upper hand. The variant human goo immortals showed expressions of joy, while the human goo immortals let out sighs of relief. Chi-Si ancestor was not hit by the Dream Path killer move. That was great. Chi-Si ancestor and Wu Shuai's battle affected the hearts of all the goo immortals in the world. Every change was soul-stirring. It affected the direction of the entire world. Both sides fought intensely for a long time. The immortals heard a loud sound coming from the west. The sound was like a torrent. It had a grand momentum that covered heaven and earth. The goo immortals heard this sound and quickly shifted their gazes. They saw that chi tides were surging in the sky, connecting to the sky, and the sea. They were crashing towards the battlefield. The crucial battle is actually being disrupted by the chi tides. Let's retreat. The chi tides will shake our immortal apertures. We will suffer huge losses. Then what about this battle? The goo immortals were dumbfounded. This was an unexpected change. Jun Xinguang's expression was grim. Oh no! Chi-Si ancestor is an Eastern Sea goo immortal. He is restricted by Chi-Si. His situation is severe. In contrast, Wu Shuai is a new dragon man. He has undergone refinement path modification. He is not restricted much. This information came from Duke Long. During the Fate War, Duke Long had secretly used Dragonman extermination, but he could not kill Wu Shuai. Back then, he left behind this information. Humans alike dragons was a goo refinement method created by Duke Long. It could transform humans into dragonmen. Back then, the first generation of dragonmen were born because of this method. The Celestial Court had information about Duke Long, and with the humans alike dragons method, they deduced a portion of Wu Shuai's details. Thus, when they found out that Wu Shuai led the Two Heavens Alliance to invade Eastern Sea, they were not surprised that Wu Shuai was able to take action. Zhou Xiong Xin gritted his teeth. The Chi tides are Chi Path disasters. Chi-Si ancestor is a Chi Path great expert. He definitely has an advantage in dealing with the Chi tides compared to us. Now, let's see how they deal with this influence. This might also be the turning point of this battle. Chi-Si ancestor, heaven is not on your side. Let's see how long you can last against the Chi tides. Wu Shuai shouted excitedly. He activated Dragon Palace to cooperate with the evil dragon, attacking fiercely. This scene made the human goo immortals retreat while gritting their teeth. Many prayed in their hearts, Senior Chi-Si ancestor, you must persevere. But at the next moment, Chi-Si ancestor laughed loudly. Wu Shuai, you fell for my trap. I was waiting for you to take the bait. The moment he said that, the chi waves surged back like a blooming flower turning into a bud. They quickly enveloped Chi-Si ancestor and Dragon Palace before shrinking into a dot and vanishing. In the battlefield, only evil dragon Di Zongxing was left roaring. What battlefield killer move is this? At the crucial moment, Senior Chi-Si ancestor actually trapped Wu Shuai in a battlefield killer move. This is too amazing. So Chi-Si ancestor had been planning this all along. Wu Shuai fell into the Chi Path battlefield and was separated from the evil dragon. He is at a disadvantage now. That might not be the case. Right now, Chi-Si ancestor's Chi Path battlefield is facing the impact of the Chi tides. Once the battlefield is destroyed, Chi-Si ancestor will suffer backlash instead. He might fall into a disadvantage. Now, let's see if Chi-Si ancestor can take down Dragon Palace first. If not, once his Chi Path battlefield is destroyed, Wu Shuai and the evil dragon will meet up again. Chi-Si ancestor will be in trouble. Regardless of which side, The Gu immortals were all worried. They couldn't witness such a crucial battle with their own eyes. Not just that, they had to retreat quickly. They could not be affected by the chi tides. Otherwise, their immortal apertures would suffer huge losses. Right when the immortals were guessing what kind of intense battle would occur in the Chi Path battlefield, Wu Shuai and Chi Si Ancestor were leisurely tasting wine in Dragon Palace. Other than wine, there were also delicacies. Fang Yuan's main body and clone had a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Wu Shuai's clone handed the incomplete human seed to Fang Yuan's main body. After Fang Yuan's main body received it, he started to discuss the future plans with Wu Shuai's clone. Chapter 2003. To think that, at the crucial moment, a chi tide would appear. Princess Impatience was wearing a golden cloak as he sighed. Beside him was a female immortal. It was Celestial Court's female immortal by Tsang Shui. She said meaningfully, "This is a good thing, isn't it?" Other than the two, there was also Guyue Fangzheng. These three Gu immortals were currently inside the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. They were no longer in Central Continent. They had entered immemorial Black Heaven. Guyue Fangzheng's expression changed. He knew what Bai Tsang Shui was implying. He could not help but recall Qin Dingling's instructions and arrangements for him before leaving Celestial Court. You and Guyue and Fang Yuan are mutually exclusive. This is the arrangement of the heavenly Tao. Even if Fang Yuan transforms, this relationship will not change. Precisely so, you will be the leader of this mission. You will lead Princess Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui to attack the Grotto Heaven headquarters of the variant human Gu immortals in the two heavens. Qin Dingling cultivated luck path. She had always placed importance on Guyue Fangzheng. She knew that Guyue Fangzheng's luck was closely related to Fang Yuan's. It was also faintly restraining him. And the facts proved this point. Qin Dingling's awakening and the discovery of the Dragonman Blessed Land were all to suppress Fang Yuan's changes. But now, Celestial Court lost in the Fate War. Duke Long died. Feng Jioge betrayed them. The immortal graveyard was destroyed, but star constellations did not respond. The huge Celestial Court fell into its weakest moment in 1,000,000 years. Qin Dingling was the temporary leader of Celestial Court. She naturally had to make use of all the resources she could to protect herself and resist the enemies. Thus, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the more Qin Dingling valued Fangzheng. To nurture Fangzheng, Qin Dingling not only spared no immortal materials, she even let him be the leader this time to train his leadership skills. Fangzheng was no longer a teenager. He knew that this was an immortal opportunity that was hard to come by even in 1,000 years. Although the Celestial Court had been defeated, their background was still unfathomable. With such an organization supporting him, of course, he had to seize this opportunity. Fangzheng still had rank 7 cultivation level. He had not reached the standard to join the Celestial Court, thus his rank 7 Blessed Land was not contributed. In fact, Qin Dingling also needed his cultivation to continue to grow. Thus, even if Fangzheng became a rank 8 Gu immortal in the future, as long as he had room for improvement, Qin Dingling would not let him contribute his immortal aperture. After all, after transforming into a phantom aperture, the Gu immortal would have little growth left. Senior White is right. Right now, Chi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai are fighting. It is the best time for us to attack. Let's do it now. As Guyue Fangzheng spoke, he acted decisively. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was activated. It turned into a blood-colored meteor. With a loud sound, it pierced the Grotto Heaven's wall and entered Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. The 3 immortals looked down from Demon Judgment Board. They saw that inside Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, there was a beautiful scene of mountains and rivers. The Ink Men lived in peace and contentment here. They had a huge population and were extremely prosperous. Grand blood-red light spread out from Demon Judgment Board, spreading to the world. Immortal goo houses were immortal killer moves in essence. They were formed from all kinds of immortal goo and mortal goo. Thus, according to the different goo worms, they had different structures, and immortal goo houses had their own emphasis. Demon Judgment Board itself had incredible power. It had a stable and reliable performance in the Fate War. To be able to participate in the Fate War and survive, it showed that Demon Judgment Board was one of the top-rank 8 immortal goo houses in the world. Right now, Demon Judgment Board was displaying information path power that it had not shown in the Fate War. Everywhere the blood-red light went, all kinds of information flowed into Candle Demon Board like a waterfall before flowing into the 3 immortals' minds in detail. Princess Impatience frowned, showing a look of hatred. Humph! The Inkmen here are actually capturing humans and using them as slaves. They deserve to die. These variant humans deserve to die. Let's kill a batch first and search their souls. Bai Song Shui shook her head. These are just mortals. Even if we soul search them, they won't know much about the higher-ups' secrets. It is better to give them a taste of their own medicine. We will capture them and sell them as slaves to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not only will we obtain benefits and replenish Celestial Court's treasury, we can also display the prestige of our Celestial Court. Fang Zheng frowned internally. He had once been arranged by Fang Yuan to live with the hairy men in Langya Blessed Land for many years. He experienced the culture of variant humans. Even though these Inkmen treated humans as slaves, he could not bear to kill innocent people. But Fang Zheng did not refute the 2 immortals' opinion. He said, "These ordinary Inkmen are not important. The urgent matter now is to get rid of the Inkmen goo immortals here. Let us take a look at Demon Judgment Board." A brand new Demon Judgment Board was formed. It listed the names of the Inkmen goo immortals in Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. "Let's go!" Fang Zheng shouted. Activating Demon Judgment Board and following his senses, he quickly found the nearest Inkmen goo immortal. This Inkmen goo immortal had already sensed something amiss. He was about to sneak away and meet up with the other Inkmen goo immortals. Seeing Demon Judgment Board approaching, he desperately flew away, but how could his speed compare to a rank 8 immortal goo house? Ah! With a miserable cry, this Inkmen goo immortal was directly killed by the immortal goo house. The blood-red light captured his soul and brought it to the 3 immortals. The 3 immortals quickly soul-searched and found a large amount of precious information. This great Wisdom Grotto Heaven had a huge population of Inkmen. There were many cities. Among them, the largest city was the center of the Grotto Heaven. It had the most Inkmen goo immortals. Of course, at this moment, there were still several Inkmen goo immortals scattered outside. Demon Judgment Board Lord, what should we do now? Bai Song Shui asked Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng did not hesitate. Directly attack that immortal city. Demon Judgment Board tore through the sky at an extremely fast speed. It arrived in front of the immortal city in a moment. During this period of time, the Inkmen goo immortals in the Grotto Heaven had basically gathered. Celestial Court, I have not offended you in any way, but you sneakily attacked me. Are you still of the righteous path? An Inkmen goo immortal scolded from the immortal city. Princess Impatience laughed heartily. My Celestial Court is in charge of the righteous path of humanity. Your entire Inkmen tribe is an unorthodox demon. Everyone has the right to punish you. Why are you wasting words with these people? Fang Zheng was more direct than Princess Impatience. He directly activated Demon Judgment Board and smashed it down. The Inkmen goo immortals gritted their teeth and scolded. Then I will let you taste the power of my great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's main formation. In an instant, thick fog rose and dyed the sky pitch black. Demon Judgment Board fell into the fog. It could not distinguish north, south, east, west, or the universe. Not only that, the pitch black fog continued to seep into the immortal goo house Demon Judgment Board. Fang Zheng was not flustered in the face of danger. He first tried to use a killer move to probe it. Lumps of blood flames floated everywhere. Wherever they went, the black fog would dissipate. But soon, the black fog seemed to have adapted to it, surging over and devouring the blood flames. Fang Zheng tried to probe it several times, but they all failed. Demon Judgment Board flew around, but could not see the light of day. It was unable to get out of the black fog. After thinking for a while, Fang Zheng resolutely activated Demon Judgment Board's strongest power and bombarded everywhere. After a few minutes and expending a large amount of immortal essence, Fang Zheng finally saw the black fog dissipate, revealing the world again. But the immortal city in front of him had already been destroyed. The surrounding thousands of li were in ruins. Who knew how many living beings had died under Demon Judgment Board? Most of the Inkman Gu immortals guarding this place had already perished. Only one was left with a single breath of life. He stared at Demon Judgment Board with extreme hatred, gritting his teeth. Laughable! The Great Celestial Court is actually using blood path methods. Slaughtering these innocent lives was even more merciless. You are the true demonic path members. Princess Impatience snorted coldly, replying in a disdainful tone. Blood path is just a method. Using it on you is the true path of humanity. I, the Lord of Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, will not let you off. The Inkman Gu immortal died with hatred. It ended just like that. Fang Zheng, who had single-handedly created this result and secured the victory, stared with wide eyes, finding it hard to believe. Bai Tsang Shui knew some of his feelings. She smiled and explained. Oh, Board Lord, do you think this is a fate war, a battle that will last for months? Fang Zheng got this hint and came to a realization, sighing, so that's it. The previous fate war was already at the peak of the world. After Fang Zheng personally participated, his impression of battles between Gu immortals rose immensely. Now that he was fighting against these rank 7 and rank 6 Inkman Gu immortals, relying on the power of the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board, he suddenly realized it was so simple. It was so easy. What should we do next, Board Lord? Princess Impatience asked. Fang Zheng pondered for a while before replying. Right now, these variant human Grotto Heaven Lords are with Wu Shuai in Eastern Sea. Since this place has already been settled, we still have time to attack other Grotto Heavens. We need to make good use of this opportunity to attack. Senior Bai Tsang Shui, please guard this place and clean up the battlefield. For the sake of ordinary Inkmen, Fang Zheng did not leave Princess Impatience, who was more extreme and hated variant humans, here. He chose Bai Tsang Shui instead. Bai Tsang Shui and Princess Impatience looked at each other, seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Fang Zheng's actions as a leader this time had been remarkable all along. Be it his choices or his personality, they made people feel that he was reliable. He had the disposition of a great general. Then I will stay here. Please be careful. Bai Tsang Shui instructed. Fang Zheng nodded with a solemn expression. Senior, don't worry. I will not underestimate the enemy. And the most crucial point is that I have never forgotten. That is Wu Shuai's actions. Bai Tsang Shui was completely at ease. She separated from the two. Eastern Sea. As soon as the air tide dissipated, the dilapidated dragon palace crashed into the blessed land of the Xia clan's headquarters. Lord Wu Shuai is back. What was the result of the battle? Lord Alliance Leader, you are injured? The variant human Gu immortals rushed into Dragon Palace, seeing Wu Shuai, who was pale and covered in blood. Qi ancestor is truly amazing. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Wu Shuai coughed, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. The variant human Gu immortals were pale with fright and panic. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Don't worry, I expended most of human C and used human path methods. That Qi ancestor was also heavily injured. the variant human goo immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out that this battle was a draw. Chapter 2004. Great Wisdom Immortal Mothers! Exclamation shocked all the variant human goo immortals present. Soon they reacted. We need to save them. This is our base camp. Great Wisdom, do you know who invaded your grotto heaven? It is Celestial Court. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's expression was grim. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "The invading goo immortals are using Demon Judgment Board. This is Celestial Court's rank 8 immortal goo house. It cannot be faked." Humph, so it is Celestial Court. Celestial Court is too shameless and despicable. They actually started an undeclared war. Celestial Court is an organization created by demons. Primordial origin, Immortal Venerable was once the greatest demon in the world. He was even greater than Feng Yuan. This is recorded clearly in the history of our tribe. When the immortals were criticizing Celestial Court, suddenly Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wu Shuai, shouting, "Lord Alliance Leader, please uphold justice for us." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knew clearly she did not have the ability to save them. Just that rank 8 Immortal Goo House Demon Judgment Board alone was beyond her ability. Moreover, who knew how many Celestial Court rank 8 Goo Immortals were hiding in Demon Judgment Board? Wu Shuai nodded. "Great Wisdom, you don't have to do this. Stand up first." His expression was dark on the surface, but he was not surprised inwardly. Celestial Court's actions were within his expectations. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Celestial Court had made a similar large-scale attack. Wu Shuai had a solemn expression as he said resolutely, "Great Wisdom is one of us. Now that Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is being attacked by Celestial Court, we need to save it. Not only that Celestial Court's losses to Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven will be repaid 1,000 times over, we will not let this matter rest." "Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader." Hearing this, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's heart calmed down. She shakily crawled up. She originally had the appearance of an old woman. Now she looked very pitiful. She urged, "I wonder when we will set off." Wu Shuai pondered and said, "This is a serious matter. We need to plan carefully and not lose our footing in the midst of panic. The Daji Grotto needed to be saved, but the Eastern Sea, Xia clan's territories also needed to be guarded. Even though I fought to a draw with Qi, Sea Ancestor this time. However, the Eastern Sea Righteous faction will definitely not let this go. They will definitely retaliate. We've worked so hard to build this foundation, and we have to protect the fruits of victory. Fortunately, we did not use any merpeople. In the upcoming battle, the Merfolk Royal Court can act as spies." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stepped out at this moment, reporting to Lord Alliance Leader, "I am willing to defend Xia clan's headquarters. If the Eastern Sea's Righteous Tao attacks, I will do my utmost and fight to the death." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were filled with righteousness. They were beautiful. In reality, he was unwilling to directly confront the Celestial Court. There were many variant human goo immortals who had the same thoughts. They sighed at this moment. They were too slow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was ahead of them. Among them, several variant human goo immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were very happy. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch defended this place, they would definitely stay as well. After all, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch alone could not defend this place. "Very good." Wu Shuai nodded. He looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a look of praise. "Ice Crystal, you are very strong and have a steady nature. You are a general of our alliance. With you defending this place, I can be assured. After I recover from my injuries, you will defend Xia clan's territory in my stead." The more Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard, the more anxious she got. They had discussed so much. Why did they not say when to leave? She urged again, Lord Alliance leader, allies, time waits for no one. My Daji grotto is in danger. We need to save it. Wu Shuai sighed. After the battle with Qi Si ancestor, my injuries are not only severe, they are also very troublesome to heal. I need a lot of immortal materials to repair my body. Let me tell you, my Dragonman body is different from Duke Long's. I modified it and created something new. Back then, I used a lot of immortal materials to refine this body. The price was huge. This healing is also the same. Regretfully, I lack many immortal materials. I need to buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had heard of the humans alike dragons method. She did not doubt it. She asked, "May I ask, Lord Alliance leader, how many immortal materials do you need to heal your injuries? We can provide them." Wu Shuai gave her a list. The variant human goo immortals sucked in a breath of cold air. This price was too high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was tongue-tied. She was shocked to think that Alliance leader's body was so precious. Wu Shuai smiled. He did not speak. He only used his gaze to gesture at Gu Tribe's leader. Gu Tribe's leader immediately said, "I can testify to this. Many of my tribe's disciples have also turned into dragon men, thus the amount of immortal materials needed is far more than this." This was a lie, of course, but Gu Tribe's leader was closest to Wu Shuai. He was also an Eastern Sea rank 8. His words carried great weight. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother naturally suspected that Wu Shuai was using this chance to ask for a high price, but she did not dare to question him. She was also forced by the situation. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth. She said with difficulty, "Lord Alliance leader, I am willing to provide immortal materials to help you recover as soon as possible." The variant human goo immortals quickly gathered the immortal materials. Wu Shuai accepted the immortal materials but shook his head. "Even if we gather all the immortal materials, it will take at least 3 days and 2 nights. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard this and almost fainted on the spot. She was extremely anxious. She was about to speak, but Wu Shuai waved his hand. She could only keep quiet. At the next moment, Wu Shuai spoke. "As the Alliance leader, no matter which one of you is attacked, I will save them. The Celestial Court is our common enemy, but the situation now is too special. How about this? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, you are the Vice Alliance leader. You will lead a group to reinforce Black Heaven. You must preserve Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's foundation." "What?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes, showing a troubled expression. To think that this matter still landed on him. He quickly thought about it and found that he could not refuse. He gritted his teeth and said, "I am willing to go, but I am alone and do not have enough strength. I am afraid of delaying the reinforcement. I would like to borrow Lord Alliance leader's Dragon Palace. With it, I will definitely complete the Alliance leader's mission." But Wu Shuai shook his head. "I cannot lend Dragon Palace. I need it to recover from my injuries." "Is that so?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to say something, but Wu Shuai's expression changed as he said, "Everyone, the situation is urgent now. There is no time for discussion. Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is only the first to be invaded. Do you think your Grotto Heaven headquarters will remain unscathed? You need to save yourselves. If I am not the Alliance leader, are you going to surrender in this situation? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, I order you to reinforce them. You can choose any 5 people from the hall to go with you." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. He could only lower his head and accept the order bitterly. He carefully chose 5 Gu Immortals. They all had rank 8 cultivation level. These people were the leaders of forces that were close to him. There was no helping it. Resisting the Celestial Court to reinforce Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven was too dangerous. He did not want to fall into a desperate situation due to internal conflict. However, just as they were about to set off, Great Wisdom, Immortal Mother, suddenly went into a daze. She said dejectedly, "It's too late. My Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven has already been invaded by the celestial court." The Gua mortals were in an uproar. Great Wisdom, Immortal Mother knelt down in front of Wu Shuai again, tears flowing down her face. "Lord Alliance Leader, please take revenge for me. My tribe has been trying to collect Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. We have already collected 50%. If we collect another 10%, we will be able to activate our Inkman racial inheritance." Great Wisdom, Immortal Mother directly spoke about her racial inheritance. Her meaning was clear. She was trying to lure Wu Shuai with benefits. This concerned the racial inheritance. The other Gu immortals heard this, and their eyes shined brightly. Right at this time, another Gu immortal called out anxiously, "Oh no, my grotto heaven is also being attacked by the celestial court. Quick, quick, quick! We need to go back and save them." Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch. "This is an urgent matter. Why aren't you going back?" Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He led several Gu immortals back to immemorial Black Heaven. Great Wisdom, Immortal Mother, and another Gu immortal went back to save them. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and the rest also went back. The number of Gu immortals in front of Dragon Palace decreased by half. The remaining Gu immortals had unsightly expressions. They were filled with fear like startled birds. Who knew one of them might be the next one to be in trouble? Wu Shuai ignored them. He ordered them to guard Xia clan's territory. He closed the door of Dragon Palace and urgently healed. "These variant human Gu immortals are truly useless. He. Night, Heavenly Wolf Lord, was among the Gu immortals. He was the only one who was calm. "We Grotto Heaven Gu immortals do not interact with each other normally. We are even wary of each other. We feel like we are not hiding ourselves well enough. With such vigilance, how can we improve in such a short period of time? Even if we gather together, we will still be a disorderly bunch. My decision to side with the celestial court was indeed correct." After this matter, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was even more determined to side with the celestial court. After parting with the immortals, he secretly reported this matter to the celestial court. Wu Shuai created the Two Heavens Alliance. It was naturally restricted by the alliance agreement. But Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's information path, Dao marks, were already unraveled by Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest. Thus, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not have to worry about any backlash from the alliance agreement. In the central Great Hall of the Celestial Court, Qin Dingling soon obtained this information. She thought about it. She did not inform Eastern Sea's righteous path. Instead, she informed Fangzheng. Fangzheng was about to take down the second Grotto Heaven now. The remaining Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven were hidden very well. Fangzheng could not find them in a short period of time. Fangzheng thought about it. He immediately asked Princess Impatience to stay here and clean up the mess. On the other hand, he controlled the Demon Judgment Board alone and attacked the third heavenly abode. At the same time, Eastern Sea, Qi Si ancestor had a pale expression. He sat at the main seat, looking at Xia Ruiji and the rest. The representatives of Eastern Sea's righteous path forces were all gathered here. Chapter 2005. Xia Clan's first supreme elder Xia Ruiji heard Qi Si ancestor's words and was shocked. After being dazed for a while, he replied cautiously, reporting to ancestor, "My Xia Clan is indeed secretly creating a human path secluded domain. It is called Human Sea, but this human path secluded domain does not have any offensive power. The reason why we created this secluded domain is to let our Gu immortals have a way to revive in the future when we face war." Xia Ruiji's words were vague, but they were not lies. Xia Clan's true purpose in creating Human Sea was to revive their Gu immortals. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, when Xia Clan's Gu immortals died in battle, they were not completely dead. they could be revived from human sea. Even though the immortal goo and immortal aperture's accumulations would vanish, the goo immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea's Xia clan displayed their prowess and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's goo immortals fought against Xia clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia clan. This caused Chai clan to imitate human sea secluded domain and create human mountain secluded domain. Chi-Si ancestor stroked his beard. It seems that Wu Shuai led the two Heavens Goo immortals to invade your Xia clan. One of their goals was this human sea secluded domain. He clearly has a different way of using it. The human path killer moves that he uses are hard for me to block. The Xia clan Goo immortals looked at each other. Xia Rueji frowned, muttering softly. Did the news of our Xia clan being invaded get leaked? A strong enemy lured here by human sea secluded domain? But this human sea secluded domain has not been fully constructed yet. Chi-Si ancestor's expression sank. If Wu Shuai does not have a complete human sea secluded domain, doesn't that mean that after he repairs it and obtains a complete human sea secluded domain, wouldn't his human path killer moves be even more powerful? Xia Rueji smiled. Ancestor, don't worry. The human sea secluded domain's construction method originated from an ancestor of our clan. It was perfected by generations after generations. Wu Shuai does not know the profundity behind it. If he constructs it rashly, human sea will only become fewer and fewer. Chi-Si ancestor shook his head. Wu Shuai is an old monster of the past. He used Fang Yuan's strength to revive. He is a crafty person who plans before taking action. Every time he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt or a gust of wind, and he would definitely gain something. Since he knows that the Xia family is building the human sea secret realm, perhaps he knows the method of building the human sea secret realm. Xia Rueji's smile became strained. This possibility isn't too great. The method of setting up the human sea mystic realm is only known to the 3 grand elders in our clan. Now, everyone who knows is here. Could it be that there's a traitor among us? Chi-Si ancestor sighed. There might not be a traitor. Don't forget, Dragon Palace that Wu Shuai controls has a dream path killer move. Maybe he attacked you in your dreams. The smile on Xia Rueji's face completely stiffened. If it was any other sect, Xia Rueji would at least have some confidence. But he was not clear about dream path methods. Lord Xia Rueji, friends from Xia clan. At this time, Tang clan's Goo immortals spoke. Is it really good to continue hiding it? There's no harm in publicizing the construction method of human sea to the public so that everyone can study it and find the flaw in Marshal Wu's human path method. Xia clan's Goo immortals stared with wide eyes. The construction method of human sea was one of the greatest trump cards of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. How could they casually publicize it? Tang clan's Goo immortals were saying this because they wanted human sea secret realm. Xia clan's Goo immortals scoffed. Pardon my bluntness, but friends of Xia clan, what are you still holding on for? You've already lost your territory. Do you still want to build a brand new human ocean secret realm out of thin air? Do you know what the key point is now? Ancestor fought with Wu Shuai because of his human path killer move. Wu Shuai managed to retreat. As long as this human path killer move is broken, what can Wu Shuai and the Two Heavens Alliance do? By then, won't you be able to take back your homeland? Xia clan's Goo immortals gritted their teeth. Tang clan and Xia clan were the 2 super forces of Eastern Sea. They were neighbors with Xia clan. They naturally had many conflicts. Thus, Tang clan and Xia clan's Goo immortals made things difficult for them. However, even though the 2 clans' Goo immortals were making things difficult for them, their words were reasonable. Even Xia clan's Goo immortals had to admit this. Xia Rueji thought about it before making up his mind. The construction method of human sea is our Xia clan's secret. We will not publicize it. I am only willing to offer this human path essence to Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor fought with Wu Shuai and was injured as a result. Moreover, Xia clan's future hopes were basically on Qi Si Ancestor. Because the two heavens had Wu Shuai, Eastern Sea only had Qi Si Ancestor, who could suppress the evil dragon and resist Dragon Palace. Xia Ruiji's actions were to curry favor with Qi Si Ancestor, and also for his own clan. But Qi Si Ancestor shook his head. I am only asking this to confirm something. Your Xia clan can keep this human sea construction method. I have no foundation in human path. Even if I obtain this method, I will not be able to break Wu Shuai's method. Xia Ruiji was anxious. He was about to speak when Qi Si Ancestor waved his hand. Xia clan, don't worry. Wu Shuai is a dragon man. The Two Heavens Alliance is mainly made up of variant human Gu immortals. They are the common enemies of the 5 regions. If they invaded the other 4 regions, so be it. But they chose to attack Eastern Sea. As a member of the human race, I have a duty to resist the variant humans. Ancestor is righteous. The Gu immortals present praised. Qi Si Ancestor continued, but I am injured now. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. As for Wu Shuai, his injuries are even more severe. He will not move for the time being. You can all rest assured. Qi Si Ancestor paused before saying, when I recover, I will ask all of you to join forces and attack the Two Heavens Alliance. We will follow Ancestor's instructions. With Ancestor as the leader, Eastern Sea has no worries. Without Ancestor, Eastern Sea would have perished long ago. With Ancestor guarding Eastern Sea, it is Eastern Sea's fortune. It is the fortune of all living beings. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals started to flatter him. Xia Ruiji, however, had a gloomy expression. He and the other Xia clan Gu immortals were homeless now. They could not take back Xia clan's territory in a short period of time. What should they do now? Qi Si Ancestor smiled. Before the army attacks, friends from Xia clan, why don't you stay in Qi Si as guests? Xia clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. Xia Ruiji cupped his fists and thanked. Ancestor's kindness, Xia clan is deeply grateful. We will definitely repay you in the future. The other clans' Gu immortals looked at Xia clan's Gu immortals with different gazes. Other than disdain and sympathy, there was also some envy and jealousy. Maybe Xia clan obtained a blessing in disguise. They were able to interact with Qi Si Ancestor so closely. As time passed, they would form a relationship. They would be able to gain Qi Si Ancestor's support in the future. If they knew the truth, who knew what expression they would have? After the discussion, Qi Si Ancestor went into closed cultivation. The other Eastern Sea Gu immortals also returned to their headquarters, making preparations for the army attack. Mermaid Lian Kuexian broke out in cold sweat. The Merman Imperial Court had already sided with the Two Heavens Alliance, but Wu Shuai did not expose their identities. They were sent as spies to report information. At this moment, cold winds blew from the clouds. Lian Kuexian gradually relaxed. She frowned as she thought to herself, it seems that Eastern Sea will be peaceful for a short period of time. There will be no more battles. But this is only the temporary calm before the storm. Sigh, in the future battle, where will my Merman Imperial Court go? Lian Kuexian was one of the 3 immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court. She had a high status and authority, but now she felt powerless and hesitant. The 5 regional walls vanished. Everyone knew that the 5 regions would be in chaos. And this chaos had just started. Lian Kuexian felt like she was in a turbulent situation. Her future was dark. She could not see any light or hope. If she was careless, not just her, the entire Merman Imperial Court would be destroyed. After receiving the report, Shen Songshen learned of Qi Si Ancestor's decision. It seems that Eastern Sea is truly led by Qi Si Ancestor now. Shen Songshen sighed. if ancestor Xinshang returns, things will be different. To let a secluded cultivator lead the entire righteous path. Shen Tsongsheng shook his head. He naturally had ambitions. He wanted Shen clan to become the overlord of Eastern Sea, the #1 superforce. Different from the other righteous path clans, Shen clan returned with Shen Shang. They had a strong character that could compete with Qi Si ancestor. But Shen Shang's whereabouts were still unknown. Shen clan had already searched for him, but there were no results. Shen Tsongsheng felt a headache. "Oh, ancestor, where are you?" At the same time, Divine Emperor Palace, Painting Path World. Hong Yi and Yi Fan walked side by side on a bustling street. At the corner of an alley, a group of muscular men surrounded the person in the middle, punching and kicking the person in the middle. "Stop!" Hong Yi could not stand it anymore. He shouted to stop them. After Yi Fan saw the situation, he was furious. "Are you not embarrassed to attack? So many people bullying a beggar?" The group of muscular men turned around. "Rascal, don't be a busybody. This lunatic is courting death. He dared to startle my esteemed guest's horse and almost caused her to fall. We will not rest until we kill him." Hong Yi sighed. "You are really going overboard." Bam, bam, bam. Hong Yi and Yi Fan acted righteously and chased the group of muscular men away. The beggar was curled up on the ground. His body was covered in bruises. He was also trembling as he mumbled incoherent gibberish. "He is truly a lunatic." Hong Yi sighed. "Sigh, even if he is a lunatic, he is still human. It wasn't his intention to collide with the horses, was it?" Yi Fan also sighed. "Come, let's help him settle down. We cannot leave him here." The two of them placed the crazy beggar in a secluded alley, bought some buns for him, and threw them beside him. After doing this, they left. What they did not know was that not long after they left, this lunatic beggar suddenly regained his rationality. "Where am I? Damn it, the black fire is causing me to go crazy again." Chapter 2006. The streets were bustling with people. The shops on both sides of the street had bright signboards and banners. "Wow, this is the painting world. Amazing! Everything looks so real." Sun Yao only felt her body shake slightly. Her vision changed as she entered this place. She could not help but shout. The surrounding people looked at this young lady with astonished gazes. However, Sun Yao didn't notice it at all. Her eyes were wide open and glowing as she swept her gaze around her surroundings. Her face was filled with excitement and curiosity. Sun Yao was a Gu master of Spirit Affinity House. She was heavily nurtured by the sect as a Gu immortal seed. Originally, Spirit Affinity House's spot belonged to Feng Kim Hong. Unfortunately, because of Feng Jioga's betrayal, Qin Dingling hesitated. Spirit Affinity House changed their recommendation in time. Thus Sun Yao replaced Feng Kim Hong. However, the sect's nurturing was different from Sun Yao's expectations. Spirit Affinity House only told Sun Yao the origin of this painting before sending her here. Sun Yao wandered around the streets and shops, forgetting to return home. She had grown up in Spirit Affinity House since young. Her senior brothers and sisters were all cultivating and abiding by the sect's rules. She rarely came into contact with the secular world. Now, everything was so interesting and novel to her. She used yuan stone to buy many sticks of candied haws. She watched as she ate. She saw paper cutters in the alleys. The red paper quickly turned into vivid and lifelike butterflies and flowers under the scissors. She entered the theater to enjoy the opera. Those people had all kinds of makeup on their faces. They wore extravagant clothes, and their singing was long and resounding. She stopped at the entrance of the street and saw two strong men performing an acrobatic performance of breaking rocks with their chests. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder lightly. Sun Yao turned around and saw a young man with a square face and an upright appearance. Without waiting for Sun Yao to speak, This youth with a righteous temperament said with a simple and honest smile, "Are you from the 10 great ancient sects?" Sun Yao immediately stared with wide eyes, shouting in joy, "Senior brother, you too?" The young man nodded and cupped his fists. "I am Wind Cloud Manor's Chunda Jiang." "So it's senior apprentice brother Chun." Sun Yao's heart shook, and she hurriedly returned the greeting. Chun Dajiang was the current chief disciple of the Wind Cloud Manor. Sun Yao had long heard of his great name. Sun Yao felt as if she had met a celebrity. When Chun Dajiang made a name for himself, she was inconspicuous. She was just Feng Kim Huang's follower. Just like Sun Yao, Chun Dajiang was a candidate recommended by Wind Cloud Manor and was sent to the world in the painting. The two of them met in a strange place. Even though it was their first meeting, there was a natural intimacy between them. "Senior brother Chun, I wonder what are the sect's arrangements for sending us here for training?" Sun Yao asked. Chen Dajiang shook his head. "I know nothing about this either. I thought that by entering this place, I would be able to receive guidance on the next step. I didn't expect the sect to have made no arrangements." The two of them discussed in secret to no avail, so they decided to travel together. "Give me something to eat. I beg you, we haven't eaten for 3 days. Wang Yao begged. "Give me some money, please. My old father has passed away. This little girl is selling her body to bury him. Please help me." The two of them wandered aimlessly. When they reached a street, it was filled with hungry people. Many of them were emaciated, leaning against the corner of the wall. Many of them were begging, holding their hands, or holding a broken bowl. The pedestrians on the street were in a hurry, avoiding them. Few of them stopped to give alms. How can this be? We're only separated by 2 streets. Sun Yao was shocked when she saw this scene. Chun Dajiang analyzed in a low voice. "This is the world in the painting of Divine Emperor City. Every single major scene that occurred in the history of Emperor City would be merged into numerous murals. Looks like this is the situation in Emperor City during one of the famine years in history." Sun Yao couldn't help but feel sympathy. "Senior brother Chen, although they are only people in the painting and not real existences, they are too pitiful. But they are so pitiful, and I still want to help them." Hearing this, Chun Dajiang immediately looked at Sun Yao in a new light. He smiled cheerfully. "I'm not afraid of junior sister laughing at me. I also have the same idea. Why don't we move together?" "Okay." Sun Yao jumped in joy and agreed. The two of them contributed money and effort. Not only did they give out yuan stone, they even bought porridge, steamed buns, and so on, sending them to these beggars. Good people. "Many thanks, benefactors. We will never forget your kindness. Benefactors, please allow this lowly one to follow you to repay your kindness." The people in distress were filled with gratitude and praises. Right at this time, a frivolous voice interrupted. "What are you doing?" Sun Yao and Chen Dajiang turned around and saw a Gu master wearing a white robe with a jade belt around his waist. His posture was straight like a sword, and his expression was filled with arrogance as he walked towards them. "So it is Brother Xiao Qi Xing of Spirit Butterfly Valley." Chun Dajiang cupped his fists and greeted. Sun Yao gasped. Xiao Qi Xing was also a famous person. She hurriedly said, "Spirit Affinity Houses, Sun Yao greets senior brother Xiao." Xiao Qi Xing sized up Sun Yao. "You are Spirit Affinity House's candidate this time?" It seems that Feng Kim Hong was really frozen. It is no wonder her father openly betrayed the Celestial Court. It is normal for Feng Kim Hong to end up like this. Hearing this, Sun Yao frowned. Senior Sister Feng doesn't care about such things. He, she is indeed proud and arrogant. What a pity, a pity. A phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken. Xiao Qi Xing showed a mocking smile. "You are actually helping these refugees?" They are not real people. Why are you doing this? No reason. We just want to help them. Chen Dajiang smiled. Hee sympathy. Xiao Qixing shook his head with a look of disdain. That means you don't know the importance of this fortuitous encounter. You are actually wasting time here. Oh, Chen Dajiang's eyes brightened. What does Brother Xiao know? Xiao Qixing looked at Chen Dajiang. There is no harm in telling you. This painting world is vivid and lifelike. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's contented lifestyle killer move. We were all recommended by the sect, and nurtured by the Celestial Court, we were sent here to further our studies. I believe you have also noticed that there are Gu masters cultivating here, but they mainly cultivate human path. The sect's intention is to let us cultivate human path. We will strive to advance to Gu Immortal and cultivate human path as our main path. Although this world is fake, human path cultivation is real and not fake. The human path Gu worms we obtain from here can also be used outside. So it is like this. Sun Yao's eyes opened wide, but soon revealed some doubts. But why did the sect not tell me? Chen Dajiang asked straightforwardly. How did Brother Xiao know about this? Xiao Qixing smiled and puffed out his chest, saying proudly, Spirit Butterfly Valley did not tell me about this either. I only learned about it after asking my great-grandfather. Chen Dajiang nodded, and seeing that Sun Yao was still doubtful, he explained, Brother Xiao has a noble status and has a long history. His great-grandfather is Lord Gu Immortal Xiao Bai Hong. Oh, so it is like this. Sun Yao's gaze towards Xiao Qixing changed again. All right, I am going to the military camp now and join the city guards. I have already investigated. Only the city guards can obtain Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, Centurion Gu, and so on. These human path Gu worms are very outstanding and can be the solid foundation of human path cultivation. We might as well go together. We can take care of each other. Xiao Qixing suggested. Chen Dajiang, however, shook his head. Brother Xiao, you go first. I have not finished helping the refugees here. Xiao Qixing looked at Chen Dajiang and nodded. You are still the same. What about you? He looked at Sun Yao. Sun Yao hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, Senior Brother Xiao, I intend to help Senior Brother Chen. Ha ha. Xiao Qixing laughed with a profound meaning. Then I will not disturb you two from your good deeds. He directly left, sneering in his heart. These two fools don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter they have missed. Xiao Qixing could not help but recall the words of his great-grandfather. Oh, Qixing, entering the painting world this time is an unimaginably great, fortuitous encounter. If possible, you can even inherit Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and become the Lord of Divine Emperor City. You need to do your best and grasp this opportunity. Remember, you must make good use of your time. You are only the first batch of candidates. The Celestial Court will arrange for some rank 6 Gu Immortals to enter. These people are also the elites that the Celestial Court has focused on nurturing, but the chi tides have yet to subside, so they have no choice but to recuperate. After entering the painting world, you need to race against time and establish an early advantage so that you can deal with those Gu Immortal level opponents in the future. Don't be afraid. These Gu Immortals can only follow the rules of the painting world. Immortals and mortals are almost equal. Every time Xiao Qixing recalled these words, he could not help but feel excited. This was a peerless, fortuitous encounter. He naturally wanted to grasp it. Sun Yao and Chen Dajiang did not know the inside story, so Xiao Qixing wanted to deceive them and make them help him. Unfortunately, these two actually wanted to do good deeds. Their temperaments were really incompatible, and they could not work together. Xiao Qixing saw through this and did not want to waste his precious time and energy on them. These are steamed buns and porridge. Eat slowly, don't choke. Sun Yao placed a bowl of porridge and steamed buns in front of Xinshang. Xinshang was still covered in injuries and looked like a beggar, sitting in a dark corner of the wall like a stone statue. Sun Yao did not mind. After all, there were many silent beggars like him. She did this good deed to help others, not to hear some words of gratitude. Shun Shang's eyes shined with brilliance as he looked at Sun Yao, who was right in front of him, and then looked at Xiao Qixing's disappearing figure in the distance. These people are all Gu, immortal seeds of the Celestial Court. In order to welcome the waves of the Great Era, the Celestial Court has already made a long-term plan. Xiao Baihong is short-sighted. He did not even know that he harmed his own great-grandson. Sun Yao and Chun Dejiang were kept in the dark earlier. And even though they learned some of the inside information, they still acted according to their nature. If these two continue, they will definitely benefit greatly. Shun Shang evaluated inwardly. Although these three were conversing via voice transmission, they could not hide from a person like Shun Shang. Shun Shang sighed inwardly. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is truly grand and grand. It is truly worthy of respect. In history, the true inheritance of human path belongs to the Legends of Renzu. Although this book looks superficial, it is actually extremely profound. Since ancient times, only a small group of people have comprehended its essence and created human path killer moves. However, for a path, these killer moves are merely superficial. They are like the bright moon in the clouds. They are not something that ordinary people can reach. Human path has high-end achievements, but it has no foundation. Thus, it has never been able to develop. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created this world in the painting. He absorbed the scenes of the human world for millions of years and derived all kinds of foundation stones of human path. His contribution to the development of human path is truly too huge. He can be said to be the founder of human path. The development of human path here is also of great help to me. I wonder what happened when I went crazy. I was actually able to mix in. Unfortunately, I cannot contact Fang Yuan's clone, Fang Dichang. What is the situation on his side? Shun Shang had cooperated with Fang Dichang previously and successfully deciphered the Venerable's human path method, adding a huge weight to the scales of victory in the Fate War. Shun Shang knew that Fang Dichang had once refined Divine Beam Palace. He had a lot of authority. If he could cooperate with Fang Dichang again, it would be a good thing for both of them. P.S. Congratulations to Filthy Demon King, who works hard to get up Reader for becoming this book's Silver Alliance Master, the current #1 fan. Thank you for your support. I also remember your message. I will work hard to update this chapter with high quality. I also thank all the readers who participated in the crowdfunding. I have finally organized the detailed list today. I will send it to the related sections later. Chapter 2007, Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. In a valley, Shur-Shur-Chung was inspecting the stone mushrooms in the valley. If these stone mushrooms were growing well, they would be 5 feet tall, shaped like short trees, and their caps were like umbrellas. But these stone mushrooms were all short. They were like wooden stumps left behind after trees were cut down. Moreover, their bodies were not the healthy gray color of stone. Instead, they had a distorted multicolored color. It was very strange. This field of stone mushrooms is destroyed. Shur-Shur-Chung finished inspecting and confirmed this. His expression was very ugly. Even though he only had rank 6 cultivation level, Fang Yuan thought highly of him. He arranged for him to lead the Rockman tribe in Mini Southern Border. Shur-Shur-Chung was very respectful towards Fang Yuan. He wanted to develop the Rockman tribe and not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. This field of stone mushrooms was a medium-sized resource point that he personally constructed for the benefit of the Rockman tribe. In order to construct this resource point, Shur-Shur-Chung had specially requested a lot of immortal materials from Fang Yuan's Time Path clone as the initial investment. Back then, He had even promised that there would be ideal profits. In the end, reality was like a slap to Shi Cheng's face. How could this be? I clearly followed the tribe's records and meticulously nurtured the stone mushrooms. There was no mistake. Shi Cheng was very confused. A few days ago, these stone mushrooms were growing well. Everything was normal. But after a few days, these stone mushrooms had become like this. How can I explain this to Lord Feng Yuan? Shi Cheng frowned as he sighed. Right at this time, light flashed. Feng Yuan's will was transmitted in the air. The will was condensed into a solid form. It was vivid and lifelike. Shi Cheng gasped and immediately bowed. This subordinate greets master. Feng Yuan's will waved his hand. I already know about the situation here. The stone mushrooms were destroyed. It was not your fault. It was a natural disaster. Go back first. Another batch of immortal materials will arrive after some time. You can just build a second stone mushroom valley. Shi Cheng was overjoyed. He quickly bowed and thanked him. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Feng Yuan's consciousness revealed a knowing smile. You want to ask what exactly caused these stone mushrooms to be destroyed? Shi Cheng nodded. Master is very perceptive. I still want to ask, can these stone mushrooms be reused? It would be a pity to abandon them. The initial investment to build the Stone Mushroom Valley was huge. Of course, it was nothing in Feng Yuan's eyes, but in Shi Cheng's eyes, it was a sky-high investment. In addition, he had invested a lot of effort and time into this place. He did not want to see all his efforts go to waste. However, Feng Yuan shook his head. You don't have to think too much about the details. If I can solve it, you won't have to worry. If I can't solve it, it's useless for you to know. As for these stone mushrooms, they could not be used. Even if they were used as goo materials to refine goo, it would only lead to greater losses. You can go now. Yes, my lord. Shi Cheng respectfully retreated. He couldn't help but feel worried. Why is there so much trouble this time? Judging from your tone, you might not be able to solve this problem. After Shi Cheng left, only Feng Yuan's will was left in this valley. Feng Yuan's will had a solemn expression. He first looked at the whole valley. The countless stone mushrooms in the valley had become twisted objects. Their smooth surface was now filled with countless wrinkles. The colors were bright and colorful, like a gathering of venomous creatures. It gave people a terrifying feeling. But this was only on the surface. In Feng Yuan's eyes, he could see that the earth path Dao marks in these stone mushrooms were scattered and disrupted. There were Dao marks of many other paths mixed in, like wind path, lightning path, poison path, dark path, fire path, and so on. Precisely so. These stone mushrooms could only be discarded as trash. At least for now, Feng Yuan did not have any methods to use them. Providence. Feng Yuan's will suddenly snickered. He found the hidden providence in the valley. With a loud sound, he turned into clouds and mist, enveloping the whole valley and chasing after providence. The battle of wills soon came to an end. Feng Yuan won. He succeeded in eliminating the hidden providence in this place. Of course, he paid a huge price. After this will condensed again, it was no longer as lifelike as before. It was illusory like a shadow, giving off a feeling that it could dissipate with the wind. Feng Yuan's will sighed. The victory this time was merely a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. A new problem had appeared. The Stone Mushroom Valley was not an isolated case. Recently, hidden providence had appeared all over the sovereign immortal aperture. Many resource points were destroyed. Feng Yuan's main body was in charge of the goo refinement and destroyed fake goo. He obtained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. These Dao marks did not belong to him. They were imposed on him. The heaven path Tao marks evolved on their own, causing the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture to change, becoming more balanced and stable. In the long run, these changes were more beneficial than detrimental. They greatly increased the sovereign immortal aperture's development potential. But in the short run, Fang Yuan would suffer heavy losses. Fang Yuan did not belong to a superforce. His assets were all in the sovereign immortal aperture. If this foundation suffered losses, it would definitely affect his battle strength. Fang Yuan did not want to fall into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. He had been working hard to command the humans and variant humans in the Grotto Heaven to resist the heavenly calamities. At the same time, he collected the Thousand Wish Tree and the incomplete human sea, using human path to restrain the changes in the heavenly Tao. With these two methods working together, the sovereign immortal aperture's situation improved greatly. But Fang Yuan did not expect the natural evolution of the heaven path Tao marks to produce providence. The heavenly Tao was impartial. It had no ill intentions towards Fang Yuan. Changing the environment was just a natural evolution. But providence was not like that. Providence was born from the heavenly Tao. It was more flexible. The heavenly Tao could not get rid of the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. He was an existence that affected the balance. So providence went one step further. It started to destroy the various resource points in the sovereign immortal aperture. The heavenly Tao could change the Tao marks of other paths. Providence used this ability to completely mess up the Tao marks of the resource points, turning them from orderly to terrible. Stone, Mushroom Valley, was just one of them. I have the killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation, but the sovereign immortal aperture is too huge. The heavenly Tao is constantly evolving. It can produce providence anywhere. It is too difficult for me to clear up all of these providence. Even if I use my full strength, the efficiency is very low. Fang Yuan knew that the solution was to directly refine these heaven path Tao marks, making them truly belong to the sovereign immortal aperture and himself. But he did not know how to do it. He had never heard of anyone cultivating the heavenly Tao. The only way was to use human path to suppress the heavenly Tao. Fang Yuan thought for a long time. He found two possible ways out. The first was Emperor City. Emperor City was meticulously arranged by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It has now become a human path sacred land. If I obtain it, I will definitely be able to suppress the heavenly Tao. The second way was Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave was arranged by Limitless Demon Venerable in his later years. The 8th layer contains the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, demonic sounds wreak havoc in Crazed Demon Cave, causing living beings to go crazy. All kinds of immortal materials are useless. Tao marks are mixed together. This situation is exactly the same as the stone mushroom and other resource points. If I can grasp all of Crazed Demon Cave's secrets, I should be able to improve my current situation. But these two ways were extremely dangerous. Emperor City was at the center of Central Continent. If Fang Yuan went there, he would definitely become enemies with the Celestial Court. With his current strength, he could defeat the Celestial Court on the surface. However, Fang Yuan was wary of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable schemed against him, causing him to lose Fang Dichang. When he inspected luck earlier, Fang Yuan did not discover Fang Dichang's luck. It was likely that he had died. Red Lotus Demon Venerable also schemed against him. If not for the heaven path Tao marks, how could Fang Yuan's immortal aperture produce providence? Of course, Red Lotus also schemed against Spectral Soul. The heaven path Tao marks were both a danger and an opportunity for Fang Yuan. They were also a protective umbrella. At least, Spectral Soul's arrangements could not be activated. If Fang Yuan wanted to take Emperor City, he would have to face the methods of Genesis, Lotus, Immortal Venerable, and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for Crazed Demon Cave, that place was filled with danger. The three crazed demon eccentrics had promised Fang Yuan that they would participate in the Fate War, but after the battle, they disappeared without a trace. It was not that Fang Yuan did not try to contact them, but they had completely lost contact with him. What happened in Crazed Demon Cave that caused the three crazed demon eccentrics to disappear mysteriously? Fang Yuan guessed that Longevity Heaven might have made a move. The loss of wisdom Gu made Fang Yuan realize that this was Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. Giant Sun's attack made Fang Yuan realize that Giant Sun Immortal had a backup plan all along. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, it was not impossible for a Venerable to revive. If Fang Yuan went to Crazed Demon Cave, he would have to face Giant Sun Immortal and even Limitless Demon Venerable's methods. There was another thing that made Fang Yuan worried. The River of Time's abnormality was happening. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, the River of Time's water had become extremely violent. It was extremely dangerous. Even if Fang Yuan used myriad-year flying warship, he could only barely enter the river. He would have to return to the 5 regions. After a while, he could not explore for long. Fang Yuan understood the reason. Earlier, the River of Time could move forward smoothly and flow smoothly because everything was fixed by Fate Gu. No matter what existence it was, they had a fixed life trajectory. Precisely because of this, Time Path Gu immortals could often observe the downstream to predict things. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to plot and destroy Fate Gu because he observed the downstream and obtained many secrets about the future. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, all living beings no longer had a fixed trajectory. They could change at will. Thus, the River of Time had become extremely violent. Everything was turbid and chaotic. With such a change in the River of Time, Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used for the time being. Spring-Autumn Cicada could travel in the river because the water was gentle. Now that the river had become chaotic, once Spring-Autumn Cicada entered the river, it would be crushed by the river water. Unless Fang Yuan developed another killer move that could protect Spring-Autumn Cicada. Although the river water is troublesome, it is not a big problem. My true worry is still Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He is someone who planted a stone lotus island in the River of Time. I wonder what other arrangements he has made in the River of Time. Fate Gu was destroyed in the end. Fang Yuan finally got rid of the guillotine hanging over his head. However, there was a dense fog in front of him. He was walking in a mountain range. In this fog, which one was solid ground, and which one was a cliff? That path that led to eternal life, the path that he had been pursuing, did it exist in this fog? If it existed, where was it? Chapter 2008. In immemorial black heaven, a group of Gu immortals concealed themselves as they flew rapidly. These Gu immortals had outstanding cultivation level. They were all rank 8 variant human Gu immortals. The leader was a Gu immortal with white skin and blue hair. He had a solemn expression. It was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch received orders from Wu Shuai to reinforce the Grotto Heaven headquarters and resist the invasion of Celestial Court. Along the way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was filled with worries. This is not what I expected. I appointed Wu Shuai as the alliance leader because I wanted him to be the vanguard. But now that we are going against Celestial Court, I have become the vanguard instead. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to make excuses, but the situation at that time made it impossible for him to do so. Wu Shuai fought with Qi Si Ancestor. After all, he was injured. Speaking of which, I did make use of him to resist Qi Si Ancestor. As the Vice Alliance leader, I have to take responsibility for this situation. Logically speaking, I have to go to Black Heaven to reinforce them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to go against Celestial Court like this. Regardless of the outcome, he was going to become a thorn in Celestial Court's side. Currently, he still wanted Wu Shuai to attract their attention. But the world was like a game of chess. The world was filled with dangers and uncertainties. In the blink of an eye, he was pushed to the front. I really have no choice. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed deeply in his heart. He had to reinforce them, but how to do it was something he had to ponder over. Vice Alliance leader, a large number of Gu Immortals have been discovered ahead. The investigative Gu Immortal suddenly said, before continuing, "They are our people." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. He was not surprised. Go and gather with them. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch regretted taking the position of Vice Alliance leader, it was too late now. He could only make full use of this position. Before they set off, he had already used this position to command the other Grotto Heavens to defend and help each other, to fight against the enemy Celestial Court. He wanted to contribute his strength. The two groups of Gu Immortals gathered. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the reinforcements and felt anger in his heart. Chaotic Rock Grotto Heaven sent an immemorial rock monster. Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven sent 6 Eggman Gu Immortals. They could form the ancient battle formation Rotten Evil Cloud Formation, while Hair Monster Grotto Heaven took out the incomplete Immortal Gu House Black Emperor building. These 3 Grotto Heaven forces were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Thus, they took out their trump cards. But other than that, the other forces did not do anything. Especially some human forces, they only sent a few rank 7 Gu Immortals for show. In front of a great enemy, these Grotto Heavens still want to protect themselves. Sigh. The distance between the heavenly abodes is too great, and the communication between them is sparse. The reason why they are united is only because of the pressure of survival. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's anger turned into helplessness and coldness. If that's the case, I might as well hide my abilities and put on a superficial show. At the very least, the troops I brought with me are quite impressive. Celestial Court was powerful. If possible, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to clash with Celestial Court directly. He knew what he was capable of. If he really rushed forward, it was very likely that he would lose his life. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was thinking about this, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes opened wide, almost spewing fire. The other Gu Immortals sensed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's abnormality. They turned to look at him. Someone asked, "Vice Alliance leader, what happened? Did something happen to Xia Clan's headquarters?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. Xia Clan's headquarters are guarded by Lord Alliance leader. How can anything happen to them? My Grotto Heaven is being invaded by Demon Judgment Board. My clan's Gu Immortals are fighting with their lives on the line. We need to go and reinforce them now. This great wisdom Immortal Mother was still thinking of saving her Grotto Heaven. She hesitated. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. Your Grotto Heavens have already fallen into the enemy's hands. The outcome is set. But my Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven is still holding on. There is still hope. Quickly come with me to reinforce them. If anyone slacks off, I will report to Lord Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used Wu Shuai's name. Along with the variant human Gu Immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, and the rest had no choice but to obey this order. The Immortals did not bother to conceal their traces. They flew towards Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven at their fastest speed. The Grotto Heaven's entrance opened. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was anxious as he charged in. The rest followed behind him. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was already engulfed in flames of battle. Demon Judgment Board was like a red meteor in the sky. It rampaged around unstoppably. The rank 6 and 7 Snowman Gu Immortals guarding Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven were nowhere to be seen. They were controlling the formation, activating countless hailstorms to attack Demon Judgment Board, but there was little effect. Demon Judgment Board suddenly shot out a blood-colored light. The light shot towards the center of the defensive formation. The snowman goo immortals hurriedly put up their defenses. The blood-colored light seemed to be reflected by a mirror. It changed its direction and shot far away. Boom! With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. The blood-colored light exploded, causing the entire sky to be dyed red. A huge, snowy plain that was thousands of li in circumference was turned into nothingness by this attack. Ah, blizzard icy plain. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this, and his eyes widened in anger. This icy plain was the largest gathering place of the snowman tribes in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Now that it was destroyed, close to 10 million ordinary snowmen died. Blizzard Icy Plain had even more significance to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. His coming-of-age ceremony was carried out in this blizzard icy plain. Once, his father had brought the young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to the periphery of the blizzard icy plain. You are an adult now, my son. This icy plain in front of you is your trial ground. You need to survive here for at least 7 days to pass the trial. You will have the qualifications to become a goo master and awaken your aperture. The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the vast snowy plain. He had a perplexed expression. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. His father saw through his expression. It is natural to be afraid, because you might die here. The trial is fair. As long as you take the risk of death, you will have the qualifications to become a goo master. Even though I am a goo immortal, I cannot protect you. I can only give you one suggestion. What is it? The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. You need to survive in this icy plain for 7 days. It is too difficult. There is almost no hope. His father shook his head. But there are many snowman tribes living in this icy plain. If you can follow their traces and find them, they will definitely protect you. But I do not know them. The young Ice Crystal was very worried. His father said in a heavy tone, Don't worry. The snowman tribes will definitely protect every tribesman who lives outside, because these tribesmen will also protect the entire tribe. The tribe will definitely protect you, my son. And if you pass the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will protect the entire tribe in the future. This is our snowman tribe. Sure enough, the young Ice Crystal endured for 3 days and 3 nights in the icy plain, chasing after the tribe's traces. At the final moment of his life, he crawled to the periphery of a tribe's hunting grounds. He was luckily discovered and survived. That tribe accepted him and healed his injuries for free, welcoming him to settle down and become a member of the tribe. Even though the young Ice Crystal left in the end, his experiences in that tribe were deeply engraved in his young mind. They influenced him deeply for the rest of his life. When he cultivated to rank 8 and inherited the title of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, becoming the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he focused on developing the explosive snow icy plain, causing the sparsely populated icy plain to become rich in resources. The snowmen who struggled to survive inside also experienced a huge improvement in their lives. Their population gradually increased. But now, all of this was destroyed. It was all destroyed. The entire explosive snow icy plain was destroyed by a strong enemy's killer move. Not only was the fruits of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's hard work destroyed, the memories in his mind were also just memories. He could not find any reference in reality. Anger and hatred were like raging flames, burning fiercely in his chest. For an instant, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch became silent. He took in a deep breath. The air in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was always so cold. It was still so cold. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch recalled his father's teachings. The tribe will definitely protect you, my son. And if you succeed in the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will protect the entire tribe in the future. This is our snowman tribe. Indeed, it is my turn. It is time for me to protect the entire tribe. Rumble! At the next moment, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura erupted, creating a huge storm as he charged towards Demon Judgment Board. The Goo Immortals behind him were shocked. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was actually so powerful. The reinforcements from the past two heavens have finally arrived. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Guyue Fangzheng breathed in deeply. His expression was solemn. Many people came. There were many rank 8 Goo Immortals. Guyue Fangzheng was only rank 7, but he was not flustered. This battle had already nurtured his fighting spirit and confidence. Of course, most of it was his confidence towards this rank 8 immortal Goo House, Demon Judgment Board. You have a strong aura, but can you resist Demon Judgment Board? Guyue Fangzheng smiled coldly. He did not use any killer moves. He controlled Demon Judgment Board to charge forward. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He had to retreat. He was an Ice and Snow Path Goo Immortal. He did not cultivate Transformation Path or Strength Path. How could he use his body to resist an immortal Goo House? Let's go. Quick, let's attack together and help Vice Alliance leader. The other two Heavens Alliance armies shouted as they attacked. Guyue Fangzheng saw this and used Demon Judgment Board to advance by retreating. He pulled some distance away agilely. Blood light flashed on Demon Judgment Board as all sorts of killer moves were used. The immemorial rock monsters became slow. The Eggman Goo Immortal was bleeding profusely. He could only save himself. He could not form the ancient battle formation. The incomplete Black Emperor building that Strange Hair Grotto Heaven sent was cowering at the back. It did not dare to fight Demon Judgment Board head-on. The other two Heavens Goo Immortals were even worse off. Even though there were many rank 8 Goo Immortals, they cherished their lives. They only dared to use killer moves from afar. Once they got close, they would escape first. A disorderly mob. This term appeared in Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's mind. He was furious and anxious. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had nothing to do with them. They would not fight to the death. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that he could only rely on himself now. I can only use that move. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made up his mind. Master, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch seems to be unable to hold on. Should we help him? Soul Path Goo Immortal and Sun asked Spectral Soul secretly. He was sent by Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven this time, while Spectral Soul had been hiding in the dark. Chapter 2009. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch floated in the sky. His aura continued to rise as his clothes fluttered in the wind. Around him, countless strands of cold air condensed, giving rise to howling waves. Such power far surpassed ordinary rank 8 killer moves. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch succeeded in activating it, it would shake heaven and earth. Fangzheng immediately sensed it. He wanted to use Demon Judgment Board to interfere. Let's help fellow Taoist Ice Crystal. Stop Demon Judgment Board. The other two Heavens Goo Immortals had some battle experience. They quickly blocked Demon Judgment Board. At once, all sorts of killer moves flew around like fireworks. Demon Judgment Board's movement was obstructed by all sorts of attacks, but at the crucial moment, a blood-red rainbow shot out again, attacking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still preparing his killer move. He did not move. At the crucial moment, and Sun suddenly opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, throwing out an immemorial soul beast. The immemorial soul beast moved quickly, blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but was hit by the blood-red rainbow. With a loud sound, an explosion occurred. The immemorial soul beast cried out. Its body was mostly destroyed as it fell to the ground. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately looked at Insun with gratitude. His aura stabilized rapidly. He had passed the most dangerous juncture. His killer move was about to succeed. Immemorial soul beasts have no blood. Demon Judgment Board's blood path killer move is not effective. And Sun was excited. Master, if not for your guidance, I would not have been able to block this blood-red rainbow. That Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch would have been in trouble. No, Spectral Soul analyzed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's killer move is very profound. It has a certain level of defensive power during the activation process. Even if he is hit, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch will only be injured. The killer move will not fail. Celestial Court. I will let you have a taste of my tribe's signature killer move. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Wangda shouted. His rampaging aura was completely concealed. At the next moment, his entire body exploded with a loud sound, turning into countless cold lights. Cold lights shot out. They were extremely cold. Everywhere they went, the air froze, turning into pieces of floating ice that fell to the ground. Fang Zheng had a bad feeling. He wanted to use the Demon Judgment Board to move, but how could his speed compare to the extreme ice crystal light? In an instant, the Demon Judgment Board was hit by countless ice crystal lights. Kacha! Every time the crystal light hit the Demon Judgment Board, it would turn into a small piece of ice, adhering to the surface of the Demon Judgment Board. Countless crystal lights shot out from all directions. Demon Judgment Board could not dodge at all. Countless layers of ice formed on the surface of the Immortal Goo House. Fang Zheng's heart sank. He quickly activated Demon Judgment Board and used a killer move to block the ice layer. However, his speed could not match the speed of the ice. Very quickly, the Demon Judgment Board was surrounded by a thick layer of ice that was 1/2 meter thick. Not good. The thicker the layer of ice, the more powerful the cold light that comes from the outside is. This discovery made Fang Zheng turn pale with fright. This move was unavoidable from the very beginning. It was powerful, but the true power was yet to come. The further it went, the more powerful this move would be. Fang Zheng quickly activated Demon Judgment Board. The rank 8 immortal essence that he stored was expended as he activated Demon Judgment Board's strongest killer move. Blood light shone as the layer of ice on one side melted. However, the cold light in the sky reacted. They moved towards the direction that Fang Zheng was trying to break out of. Demon Judgment Board's effect became weaker. The Goo Immortals present were all stunned. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is actually so strong. He actually used his own strength to seal the rank 8 Immortal Goo House of Celestial Court, Demon Judgment Board. Truly amazing. What is this move called? Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. At once, the Immortals chewed on the name of this killer move. It was deeply engraved in their minds. This is the olden antiquity era's signature killer move. To think that the snowman here actually obtained a racial inheritance. Spectral Soul, who was in Sun's body, laughed lightly, and Sun realized now. So this move is the racial inheritance of the snowman. No wonder it is so strong. Wait. Can an olden antiquity era killer move still be used now? The current world is very different from the olden antiquity era. Won't such an ancient relic be obsolete? Spectral Soul laughed. Back then, variant humans dominated the world. Killer moves were as numerous as the stars in the sky. But killer moves that were carefully chosen and placed into the racial inheritance naturally have their own profundities. Take this extreme ice crystal light immortal suppression coffin, for example. Its core is not an immortal goo, but the variant human who used the killer move. Spectral Soul was not knowledgeable in the ordinary sense. He had once plundered countless souls in the door of life and death. Many of these souls came from the olden antiquity era, the remote antiquity era, and even the immemorial antiquity era. Thus, Spectral Soul knew a lot of information about these eras. Even though his attainment level fell to rock bottom, his memories were still intact. Like what Spectral Soul said. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin had some similarities with Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind killer move. When Wu Yong used Unlimited Wind, his wind path Dao marks would be permanently expended. Meanwhile, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin not only expended Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's ice and snow Dow marks, it would also reduce his lifespan. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin used Snowman Goo Immortals as the core. It was less affected by the changes of time. At the same time, even if Goo Immortals of other races obtain this move, they would not be able to use it. Guyu Fangjing's forehead was already covered with a layer of cold sweat. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's battle strength was far beyond Fangjing's expectations. The Great Demon Judgment Board was actually trapped in the ice. There was little hope of breaking out. Even if Fangjing wanted to deal with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, he could not do it, because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already turned into countless cold lights. This was the specialty of Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Just as Demon Judgment Board was about to be completely trapped in the ice, at this moment, a phoenix cry resounded. Next, waves surged. Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui arrived together. It turned out that when Fangjing fought with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch earlier, he had already informed Celestial Court, Prince's Impatience, and Bai Tsang Shui. Bai Tsang Shui had already cleaned up the battlefield. She left immediately. Meanwhile, Prince's Impatience gave up on some of his gains. He quickly went to reinforce. The two rank 8 Goo Immortals saw that Demon Judgment Board was trapped. They growled together. One sent out golden flames while the other sent out waves. The ice was attacked from both inside and outside. It could not hold on any longer. The outer layer of ice was quickly destroyed while Demon Judgment Board became restless. The two Heavens Goo Immortals saw this and attacked, but they were suppressed by Prince's Impatience and by Tsang Shui. They had many times more rank 8s than Celestial Court, but they had no advantage. In a battle between Goo Immortals, numbers were not the crucial factor. Even though the two Heavens Goo Immortals had the advantage in numbers, they did not cooperate with each other. Their killer moves often interfered with each other. They had great battle strength, but before they even hit the enemy, they would expend 30 to 40% of their strength. But if they fought alone, they would be afraid. They would focus on preserving their lives. They would be in danger and lose their lives. Of course, this was also because Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui were elites among rank 8s. They had outstanding battle strength. As a member of Celestial Court, they could look down on most people of the same cultivation level. After a while of deadlock, Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the ice light was weakening. He had to instruct Ensun, quickly release the Soul Beast army. Lend me all your immortal goo. Yes, master. Ensun did not hesitate. He did as he was told. The Soul Beast army immediately moved. Prince Fengxian and Bai Tsang Shui did not think much of it at first. They threw out 2 killer moves, but the Soul Beast army suddenly split up. Their movements were smooth like flowing water. They dodged most of the killer moves. Next, 3 immemorial Soul Beasts flew out of the Soul Beast army, attacking Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui. Both sides fought. The immemorial Soul Beasts could not match the 2 Immortals of Celestial Court, but the immemorial Soul Beasts had the support of the army. Killer moves were used at every crucial moment. Even though Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui had the upper hand, they were restrained by the Soul Beast army. As Demon Judgment Board's reinforcements fell, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's ice light turned the situation around. This Soul Path rank 7 is truly talented. I will go kill him. Prince Fengxian and Bai Tsang Shui quickly conversed. The former suddenly moved, spitting out fire from his mouth, forcefully burning a path through the Soul Beast army, heading straight for Ensun. Ensun turned pale with fright. He shouted in panic, "He is coming! Protect me!" The Goo Immortals of the 2 Heavens knew that enslavement path Goo Immortals were most afraid of killing tactics. They quickly attacked. Prince's Impatience rampaged unstoppably, breaking through all the obstacles, but because of this delay, Ensun had already pulled some distance between them. "You cannot escape." Prince's Impatience smiled coldly. pouncing again. Spectral Soul would not attack personally in public. He controlled Sun's body to retreat, using the strength of other Gu immortals to block Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience charged again and again. The two heavens' immortals were sweating profusely, their hearts were pounding, they were showing their might. Bai Shui shouted, "Feng Xian, quickly attack!" Prince's impatience gritted his teeth. This Sun was so slippery. At this time, the ice light trapped Demon Judgment Board again. Layers of ice formed a huge ice coffin, suppressing this rank 8 immortal Gu house at the center. Oh no! Seeing this, Bai Shui's and Prince's impatience's hearts sank. Seeing that Celestial Courtside was in trouble, at this moment, heaven and earth shook. Qi currents surged as the world roared. Qi tides again. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had already been destroyed by Prince's impatience, and by Shui when they came to reinforce, it was connected to the outside world. At this moment, Qi tides surged in the outside world, pouring into the Grotto Heaven. The Qi tides spread to the battlefield. Everywhere they went, people were thrown off their feet. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's defensive immortal formation could not hold on anymore. It shattered. A large number of Snowman Gu immortals were in danger. The ice light that trapped Demon Judgment Board shook. It seemed to be hesitating. It only hesitated for a moment. The extreme ice crystal lights shot towards the Snowman Gu immortals, turning into ice tubes that protected them. But this way, Demon Judgment Board's pressure was greatly reduced. Prince's impatience and Bai Shui saw this and attacked at the same time, breaking the remaining ice layers and saving Demon Judgment Board. Chapter 2010. Qi tides filled the entire Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven as they surged. Spectral Soul sighed deeply. This was too regretful. He had intended to let both sides fight to the death. He would take care of everything himself. Devouring Gu immortal souls was much more useful than absorbing soul cores. Unfortunately, his plan was ruined by this Qi tide. I do not have Dang Hun Mountain. I lack Guts Gu. I can only devour soul beasts and soul cores. But these need time to digest. They are not as good as Guts Gu, which can directly raise my soul foundation. How can there be such a coincidence? Not long ago, Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shui fought and caused a Qi tide. The battle this time also attracted a Qi tide. Spectral Soul thought of this and had a realization. Don't tell me when Gu immortals fight, they cause a Qi tide. Spectral Soul was only guessing. He was not certain. It is a pity that my Qi path attainment level is ordinary. If I were still around, I would be able to make a decision. He had soul-searching and devouring methods, but these methods could not directly raise his path attainment level. The only way to raise his path attainment level was to absorb true meaning. Spectral Soul's attainment levels at his peak were mostly obtained from the memories he obtained from soul-searching. He cultivated and deduced them. It was not easy. Forget it. And Sun performed well this time. He made a huge contribution. He might be summoned by Wu Shui. If I rely on him, I will be able to get close to Wu Shui. I might even have a chance to enslave Wu Shui and obtain Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's plan failed. He thought of a new plan. He coveted Dragon Palace, which had Dream Path Immortal Gu within the surging Qi tide. Cold lights gathered and turned back into Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura was weak. His face was pale. The price of using extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was huge. However, he almost single-handedly sealed the Demon Judgment Board and was the biggest contributor to the victory of this battle. The Gu immortals of the two heavens came to visit him. Their gazes towards him were different now. Strength could prove everything. It could differentiate one's status. Undeniably, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, who had extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin killer move, had battle strength that surpassed most of the rank 8 goo immortals of the two heavens. Even though we managed to protect Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, our signature killer move was exposed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch forced back Celestial Court, but he could not feel happy internally. At that moment, he could only comfort himself that it was very difficult to restrain the immortal subduing coffin, and that he could still rely on it for a period of time. Fellow immortals, I'm not injured. I just need to rest. Everyone, please work together to protect my grotto heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. That's easy to say. Our two heavens alliance is one. This small matter is nothing. Everyone, hurry up and do your best to protect the Ice Crystal Paradise. The goo immortals of the two heavens took action, resisting and clearing the chi tides in the grotto heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in charge of repairing the holes in the grotto heaven aperture walls. Even though the chi tides were vast and mighty under the combined efforts of many goo immortals, they quickly calmed down. Due to the timely treatment, the Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven did not suffer many losses due to the chi tides. Vice Alliance Leader, come take a look. We have a new discovery. When Great Wisdom Immortal Mother flew back, she brought an unexpected piece of news to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. A moment later, the immortals of the two heavens arrived at the location. They saw a fruit that was the size of a hill floating in the air. This fruit was translucent. It was completely made of heaven and earth chi. It was shaped like a gourd or a peanut. This should be a chi harvest fruit. After the chi tide spread, people would often find chi harvest fruits of similar shapes. When goo immortals obtain them and use them in their immortal aperture, they can quickly harmonize the heaven and earth chi in their immortal aperture. It will greatly increase the fusion of the two chi in their immortal aperture. But ordinary chi harvest fruits are only as big as a carriage. If this is a chi harvest fruit, why is it so huge? The immortals of the two heavens discussed. They could not make up their minds. Master, is this really a chi harvest fruit? And Sun asked Spectral Soul. If it is, wouldn't this be a blessing in disguise for Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven? As long as it absorbs such a large chi harvest fruit, won't Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's immortal aperture transform completely? It will no longer be restricted by the chi tides. This is indeed a chi harvest fruit, but whether it is a blessing or a curse, it is hard to say. Spectral Soul chuckled coldly. As expected, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried to take this chi harvest fruit, he was shocked to find a deeper secret. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression turned even paler. This chi harvest fruit is still growing. It is absorbing my grotto heaven's heaven and earth chi to grow. If I rashly get rid of it, the grotto heaven will shake, living beings will die. It will also create an even more violent chi tide. The immortals gasped. After getting Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's permission, they went forward to investigate. This chi harvest fruit cannot be allowed to grow. Is there anyone who can help me get rid of this threat? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, will not be stingy with my rewards. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a stern expression, but the goo immortals looked at each other. They were helpless. Almost anyone could forcefully get rid of the chi harvest fruit, but it was extremely harmful to Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. It would shake its foundation. According to the immortals' deductions, if they directly got rid of it and detonated the chi harvest fruit, after the chi tide is formed, a second chi harvest fruit will continue to grow. This way, they had to get rid of this threat permanently without harming Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The difficulty was too high. Great Wisdom, Immortal Mother suggested, we can't do it because we do not cultivate chi path. Maybe Lord Alliance Leader has a way? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a worried expression. He sighed deeply. Right now, we can only seek help from Lord Alliance Leader. Wu Shuai soon received Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request for help. My memories are limited. I did not know that the Qi harvest fruit could have such a change. Maybe my main body knows about it. Wu Shuai then sent Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's detailed battle report to Feng Yuan's main body. Oh, this caused the danger of the two heavens grotto heavens. This is much earlier than in my previous life. Feng Yuan's main body knew about it indeed. In the 500 years of his previous life, the two heavens Gu immortals worked together and attacked many places. They caused a lot of trouble to the 5 regions. Due to the Qi tides, the 5 regions Gu immortals were heavily restricted. But the two heavens Gu immortals were much less affected by the Qi tides because of their origins. Moreover, when Gu immortals fought to a certain extent, Qi tides would definitely appear. Even if the two heavens Gu immortals had low battle strength, they could use the Qi tides to defeat the 5 regions Gu immortals. However, good times did not last long. Soon, the two heavens Gu immortals found that Qi harvest fruits appeared in their grotto heavens. These Qi harvest fruits absorbed the grotto heavens heaven, and earth Qi to grow, they could not be destroyed. If they ignored them, the threat would continue to grow and eventually destroy the grotto heavens. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch resisted the celestial court, causing the Qi tides to sweep the grotto heavens. This is the reason why the Qi harvest fruits appeared earlier. Feng Yuan sent this information to Wu Shuai. Suddenly, he had a thought. Inspiration flashed in his mind. Wait, maybe I can use the Qi tides to deal with Providence. He was in a terrible situation now. The main reason was that he had Heaven Path Tao marks on him. He could not refine them in a short period of time. The Heaven Path Tao marks naturally manifested as Providence. The Heaven Path Tao marks had no ill intent towards Feng Yuan, but Providence wanted to get rid of him. It tried all ways to make things difficult for him and destroy his sovereign immortal aperture. And even worse, if Feng Yuan did not get rid of Providence in time, Providence would accumulate to a certain extent. Even if the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance was not opened, the grotto heavens Providence would resonate with the 5 regions Providence. Feng Yuan's location would be exposed. Once Feng Yuan's location was exposed, if he stayed in Qixi, his identity as Qixi ancestor would be ruined. However, it was too difficult for Feng Yuan to get rid of Providence. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. Feng Yuan did not know where to start. He could not predict the changes of the heavenly Tao. He could not know where Providence would appear in advance. Why don't I imitate the Qi tides and sweep through my sovereign immortal aperture? Like brushes, I will sweep through all the Providence wherever I go. Feng Yuan thought about it. He felt that this method had a lot of potential. It seemed dangerous, like taking a risk, but with his Qi Path and Wisdom Path foundation, there was a high chance of success. Of course, whether this method would succeed or not, Feng Yuan did not know until the final moment. If only Wisdom Gu was still around, that would be great. Wisdom Gu's inspiration was correct. At the same time, with the help of the light of wisdom, Feng Yuan deduced that the killer move to activate the Qi tides would be fast and convenient. At the same time, in Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. This is the center of the Grotto Heaven. Luo clan's 3 Gu immortals were injured. They finally reached this place. Good. What a good Qi harvest fruit. Luo Muzi cried out. The other 2 immortals were also shocked. According to the 3 Luo clan immortals' deductions, the center of Qi Ju Grotto Heaven should contain the Grotto Heaven's most valuable treasure. Right now, the 3 immortals took a look. There was only a small and exquisite Qi harvest fruit here. This fruit was almost solid. There was fluorescence on its surface. It was shining brightly. It was only the size of a gourd, but it had the aura of a rank 9 immortal material. There was also a huge life force that pressed down on the 3 Luo clan immortals' minds like a mountain or an ocean. This Qi harvest fruit is not ordinary. It has great profundity. We need to research it. Strange, the Qi harvest fruit is a product of the Qi tides. Why would demon immortal Qi Ju hide it at the center? Don't tell me he predicted that there would be a calamity like the Qi tides in the distant future. Attack! While the three Luo clan immortals were discussing, there was a shout. Several variant human goo immortals appeared and attacked. The three Luo clan immortals were caught off guard. They were swept into the battlefield killer move. Oh no, there is an ambush! Someone found Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. Who are you people? The three Luo clan immortals shouted. The leading variant human goo immortal was only the size of a finger. He had transparent wings on his back. He was a mini-man goo immortal. Chapter 2011. Several days later, in Southern Border's Wu clan headquarters, Wu Yong stood on a mountain peak, slowly opening his eyes. In front of him, there were 3 to 5 mortals. They were all tied to the wooden stakes, unconscious and unconscious. Immortal killer move. Farewell, friend wind. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. After preparing, he activated this peculiar killer move. Without seeing any wind, the 3 to 5 mortals in front of him started to disintegrate. Their hair, skin, flesh, and bones were blown away by the wind like ashes. In the blink of an eye, these mortals, along with their clothes, completely dissipated. Not even a trace of them was left. Wu Yong showed a satisfied smile. During this period of time, he had modified Farewell, Friend Wind. The results were quite good. Farewell, Friend Wind was a wind path killer move with human path effect. It originally needed to hit a certain part of the target's body while saying farewell words. But now, these flaws were all modified by Wu Yong. They were removed. The current Farewell, Friend Wind still needed to befriend the target before it could be used, but its range was greatly increased. Its practicality rose by a large margin. Wu Yong had used unlimited wind killer move in the Fate War, permanently expending a lot of his wind path Dao marks. His foundation was greatly reduced. However, during the period of rest and reorganization after the battle, he had gained some insights from his losses, and his attainment in the wind path had improved once again. This way, he had the ability to modify Farewell, Friend Wind. Wu Yong was not satisfied with just modifying Farewell, Friend Wind. The increase in attainment level would also bring about development in all aspects. Farewell, Friend Wind was only one of the aspects. Next is to modify other killer moves, and even clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. After modifying it, my battle strength will definitely rise again. It might even surpass my previous peak. Just as Wu Yong was thinking about the future, an information path goo worm flew over. Wu Yong took it and glanced through it. His brows raised, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. He had wanted to enter closed cultivation for some time, but after receiving this news, he immediately stopped his modification plan. After returning to the guest hall, he saw the 2 goo immortals who had come to see him. These 2 goo immortals were wearing the same attire, dark green short sleeves and black trousers. His head was covered with a white cloth that looked like a headband, and his calves were bound with jasper. Goo immortals familiar with Southern Border's Goo Immortal World would know this was the uniform of Southern Border's Luo clan. Of the 2 Luo clan Goo immortals, one was an old man with a bitter expression, while the other was a middle-aged man with a pale expression. He was clearly injured. Luo Zhu, Luo Ran, greets Lord Alliance leader. Luo clan's 2 Goo immortals saw Wu Yong and immediately bowed. The Southern Alliance had already been established, with Wu Yong as the leader. Of the 2 Luo clan immortals, Luo Ran was a general of Luo clan, an expert with rank 7 peak space path battle strength. He was very arrogant, while Luo Zhu had a high status and was the current first supreme elder of Luo clan. The 2 immortals' attitude towards Wu Yong was very polite and humble. It was clear that they had a favor to ask of him. Wu Yong nodded. Sit down and talk. After the 2 Luo clan Goo immortals sat down, Wu Yong asked directly, "What is going on with Qi Grotto Heaven?" Luo Zhu took a deep breath and explained the sequence of events. The general idea was that a certain Luo clan Gu immortal was using an immortal Gu house to explore in White Heaven. He accidentally found Qi Grotto Heaven. Luo clan thus explored in secret for many years. Finally, when the Qi tide surged, they made a breakthrough and entered the center of Qi Grotto Heaven. However, just as they were about to obtain Qi's true inheritance, they were ambushed by variant human Gu immortals. The 3 Luo clan immortals who were exploring the Grotto Heaven were caught off guard. They were forced into a passive state. Thankfully, the leader was a space path expert. Luo ran, he used his trump card, and managed to escape with the 3 Luo clan immortals. The variant human Gu immortals did not stop. They chased after the 3 Luo clan immortals. Luo clan got the news and immediately mobilized their immortal Gu house. Both sides fought intensely at the heavenly wind Qi wall. Even though the variant human Gu immortals did not have much battle strength, their leader, the mini-man Gu immortal Xiao Hejian, was very powerful. At the same time, the variant human Gu immortals had an incredible immortal Gu house. Luo clan was not their match and had to flee back to southern border. After passing through the heavenly wind Qi wall, the variant human Gu immortals were afraid of being attacked by southern border's Gu immortal world. They gave up on the chase. Luo clan's immortals were defeated. They returned to their headquarters to rest, feeling furious and helpless. They discussed for a long time. They felt that they could not take Qi Grotto Heaven by themselves. They might as well find other forces to help. Wu Yong heard the 2 Luo clan immortals' explanation and understood. The Qi tides exposed the location of the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens. Thus, the 2 heavens Gu immortals formed an alliance. The 2 heavens alliance is mainly made up of variant humans. Wu Shuai is the alliance leader. This group of variant human Gu immortals that defeated Luo clan is likely closely related to the 2 heavens alliance. The 2 heavens alliance first occupied a corner of Eastern Sea. Wu Shuai fought with Duke Long. Next, Celestial Court attacked. Their Vice Alliance leader Ice Snow Immortal Monarch defeated Celestial Court's Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. The commotion was huge. If Luo clan seeks allies like Ho clan or Yao clan, even though they are similar in size to Luo clan, they will not be able to resist the 2 heavens alliance. In the end, when the matter escalates, they still need to seek help from me. Thus, they directly came to me for help. Thinking of this, Wu Yong smiled. He immediately agreed. Our southern border righteous path is united. Luo clan is in trouble. As long as it is a Southern Alliance force, we have the responsibility to help. And I, Wu Yong, as the leader of the Southern Alliance, have an even greater responsibility. Luo clan's 2 immortals spoke. Alliance leader is righteous. But there was no joy on their faces. Regarding a huge treasure like Qi's true inheritance, Wu Yong would definitely agree. This was almost certain. The crucial thing was how to obtain Qi's true inheritance. How should Luo clan and Wu clan cooperate? And how should they split the true inheritance? This was the true content that needed to be discussed. While the 2 Luo clan immortals were negotiating with Wu Yong, Wu Shuai also received a request from a Gu immortal. This mini-man Gu immortal is called Xiao Hejian. Wu Shuai squinted his eyes. Yes, the reporting Gu immortal introduced. This immortal has great strength. His reputation has spread long ago. Even though the 2 heavens forces do not interact with each other, we have heard of Xiao Hejian. His strength is likely about the same as Vice Alliance leader. The so-called Vice Alliance leader was naturally Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used the killer move Immortal Suppression Coffin to force back the Celestial Court. His reputation rose greatly. Everyone in the 2 heavens alliance knew of him. What is the matter for him to come to see me? Wu Shuai purposely asked. This subordinate does not know. The reporting Gu immortal lowered his head. He only said that he has a huge fortune to give to Lord Alliance Leader. He also wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Wu Shuai smiled. He did not know before, but not long ago, his main body sent him some information about this person. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Xiao Hejian was a famous person. He was an expert among variant human rank 8 Gu immortals. He could even fight evenly against the members of the Celestial Court. Speaking of which, in the 500 years of his previous life, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not famous. In terms of battle strength, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were on the same level. Even though the Two Heavens Gu Immortals were not very accomplished, there were still several experts who could hold up the fort. If not for this, he would not have caused trouble to the 5 regions in the 500 years of his previous life. Xiao Hejian explored Qiju Grotto Heaven. He likely had a conflict with Luo clan. Now that the Southern Alliance has been established in advance, Luo clan suffered a loss. They will definitely look for allies in southern border. They are likely to find Wu Yong. Even though Xiao Hejian has several Grotto Heaven forces with him, how can they compare to the Great Southern Alliance? Thus, he came to me and wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Not only to protect himself, he also wants to use my strength to resist the Southern Alliance and obtain Qiju's true inheritance. But this Qiju Grotto Heaven is a dangerous place. In the 500 years of my previous life, Qiju Grotto Heaven self-detonated, burying many Gu immortals. The Two Heavens Alliance suffered a huge loss and never recovered. Wu Shuai estimated that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch probably died in the explosion of Qiju Grotto Heaven. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not be so unknown. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai couldn't help but sneer. This Xiao Hejian is cunning and sinister. He wants to borrow the tiger's power to kill me. Since he has something to ask of me, I must have a good talk with him. Chapter 2012. The sky was the same color, a vast expanse of blue and jade. Winds howled, killing intent condensed in the air. 2 immortal Gu houses confronted each other. One was a grand palace, shining with orange gold light. It was magnificent and majestic. It was Dragon Palace. The other was a 2-story bamboo building, full of vitality. It was elegant and elegant. It was clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses carried many Gu immortals. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat. The Gu immortals of the Two Heavens were standing in 2 rows in the hall. On the left were Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and the rest. On the right was the Woodpath Great Expert, Mini-Man Gu Immortal Xiao Hejian, who had just joined them. As for Lady Cold Ash, Knight, Heavenly Wolf Lord, and the rest, they were also mixed in. Not long ago, Wu Shuai had summoned Xiao Hejian. After the 2 sides came to an agreement, they quickly set off for Qiju Grotto Heaven. On the other side, Southern Alliance's Wu Yong also knew the principle of speed. He immediately mobilized clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, as well as Wu clan and Luo clan's immortals to immemorial white heaven. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building speed was much faster than Dragon Palace. Wu Yong arrived first, but Qiju Grotto Heaven could not be casually entered. Just as Wu Yong and the rest were waiting to enter, Wu Shuai arrived with Dragon Palace. Both sides met in white heaven and immediately confronted each other. Wu Yong. Wu Shuai spoke from within Dragon Palace, his voice reverberating in the battlefield. Qiju's true inheritance is right in front of us. Why don't we each send 3 people? We will win 2 out of 3 rounds. The winner will obtain the true inheritance, while the loser will get the Grotto Heaven. How about that? Wu Shuai, when did you become so wishy-washy? Wu Yong's snicker could be heard from within clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Qiju's true inheritance goes to the fated one. We will fight for it with our own abilities. The moment he said that, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building turned into a green rainbow, entering a certain gap in Qiju Grotto Heaven. Wu Yong waited for a long time. he finally found the opportunity to enter. Even though Wu Yong had brought clear jade dripping wine tiny bamboo building, the Gu immortals around him were elites from Wu clan and Luo clan. In terms of formation, they could not compare to Wu Shuai's side. Not only in quantity, but also in terms of high-level battle strength. If it was really as Wu Shuai said, 2 wins out of 3, Wu Yong would definitely be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, once Gu immortals fought intensely, heaven and earth qi would become chaotic and form qi tides. By then, the Gu immortals of the 2 heavens would be less affected. Their advantage would be even greater. Wu Yong was an ambitious and ruthless person. How could he let his side fall into a disadvantageous position again and again? Lord Alliance Master, this matter should not be delayed. Let's also depart. Xiao Hejian urged somewhat anxiously. Wu Shuai focused his attention on the pores of Qijue Grotto Heaven. These pores varied in size, but they were all white in color, formed by the rapid airflow. Just now, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building entered Qiju Grotto Heaven through one of the largest holes. After watching for a while, Wu Shuai saw some mysteries. These holes are of different sizes. They are increasing in number. They are likely the immortal aperture entrances of Qiju Grotto Heaven. Although Fang Yuan's main body and clone had different memories, they shared the same cultivation realm. Wu Shuai also had the main body's qi path attainment level. He could see more deeply than other Gu immortals. Just this hole made Wu Shuai's eyes brighten. He was moved. Immortal aperture entrances have always been checkpoints. They are used to connect the inside and outside of the immortal aperture. Qiju Grotto Heaven's entrance has a unique style. It is the one I have seen that can maximize the effect of the entrance's connection. I wonder what kind of gains there will be inside. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai's curiosity grew. He activated Dragon Palace and slowly moved forward. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, this Qiju Grotto Heaven self-detonated. It dealt a heavy blow to the allied army of the 2 heavens. The latter never recovered from this setback. Who knew how many rank 8 Gu immortals died here? Qiju Grotto Heaven was very dangerous. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not explore it before the Fate War. But now that Qiju Grotto Heaven was exposed, with the temptation of Qiju's true inheritance and Dragon Palace's protection, Wu Shuai did not have much time left. He made his move. Dragon Palace passed through the hole and quickly arrived inside Qiju Grotto Heaven. The immortals saw that the surroundings were filled with air currents. They were milky white in color and howled fiercely. Qiju Grotto Heaven structure is quite special. It does not have the scenery of an ordinary immortal aperture. It is filled with milky white qi currents. These qi currents form into many pipes. Countless pipes turn Qiju Grotto Heaven's interior into a maze. It is like the intestines of a giant. We need to quickly move through these qi currents and find the correct path to enter the center. Qiju's true inheritance is hidden there. Xiao Hejian explained at an appropriate time. The immortals in the palace listened seriously. Xiao Hejian did not tell them everything. To prevent Wu Shuai from obtaining the true inheritance, he kept many secrets and made an agreement with Wu Shuai that he would only reveal them when they arrived at the scene. Dragon Palace moved through the milky white qi currents. It soon reached a fork. The 2 entrances on the left and right were the same. They were about the same size. How do we find the correct path? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. Xiao Hejian said, I cannot determine this. I can only try. The only rule is that the closer we get to the center, the higher the grade of the monsters and resources in the qi currents. When we get to the center, the qi harvest fruits, there are already rank 9. What about Luo clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked another crucial question. Luo clan does not have a more accurate method. In fact, their exploration progress has always been far behind us. But with the appearance of the Qi tides, many difficulties and obstacles were swept away, allowing them to quickly reach the center. According to our previous progress, we are already very close to Qi Ju's true inheritance. We are only lacking the final two obstacles. Xiao Hejian sighed. His tone was filled with unwillingness. The immortals heard this and relaxed slightly. Then it seems that even though the other party entered the grotto heaven first, we still have the advantage. Great wisdom immortal mother analyzed. We cannot be careless. Clear jade dripping, wind, tiny bamboo building is much faster than us. Wu Shuai said plainly. He randomly chose a passageway and entered the Dragon Palace. Along the way, the Qi current passageway gradually became wider and taller. Many Qi path living beings lived in the passageway, forming sections of independent and rather special living environments. Roar! Suddenly, a group of Qi monsters emerged from the deep walls of the tunnel surrounding Dragon Palace. These Qi monsters were of different shapes. There were cows, goats, fish, birds, and other strange shapes. But their color was similar. They were all orange. These are Qi monsters formed by luck. Xiao Hejian gasped. Don't be fooled by their lack of immemorial Qi monsters. They are very troublesome. Without luck path methods to protect us, if we kill them casually, our luck will be greatly affected. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. At the next moment, thick smoke spewed out of Dragon Palace. Wherever the thick smoke went, it engulfed the group of lucky Qi monsters and pushed them into the depths of the Dragon Palace. Xiao Hejian was shocked. He reacted after a while, saying respectfully, "This is a dream path killer move, as expected of Dragon Palace." As they continued to move forward, an immemorial Qi monster appeared ahead. It was like a black whale. Its body was huge like a mountain. Xiao Hejian had a grim expression. Be careful, this is an immemorial Qi monster formed from tough Qi, but it is currently in slumber. I suggest we go around it. Don't. Bam! At the next moment, Dragon Palace sped up and crashed into the immemorial Qi monster. Dragon Palace shook intensely, but the immemorial Qi monster was pierced through. It retaliated furiously. Dragon Palace crashed again, thrice. The immemorial Qi monster broke apart, turning into lumps of pitch-black tough Qi. Next, Wu Shuai kept these tough Qi into Dragon Palace. Split them. Wu Shuai kept most of them. The rest were distributed to the other Gu immortals. Alliance leader is mighty. Dragon Palace is mighty. This subordinate thanks Alliance leader. With Lord Alliance leader here, why would we be afraid of a mere Wu Yong? At once, the immortals expressed their gratitude. Flattery and flattery surged like a tidal wave. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled as he looked at Xiao Hejian, saying with deep meaning, "Friend Xiao, don't make a big fuss over nothing. We will lose our prestige for nothing." Xiao Hejian nodded. He was still deeply shocked as he thought, even though I witnessed the Fate War, I only realized the strength of Dragon Palace after experiencing it myself. Dragon Palace is so strong. What about Duke Long, Fang Yuan, and Feng Jioge? At once, Xiao Hejian's emotions became complex. On one hand, Dragon Palace's strength gave him hope. On the other hand, he had been an expert for a long time. He felt the gap between them. He saw stronger existences. He felt a sense of loss. Like this, they moved forward. Wherever they went, Wu Shuai took everything that could be taken away. Qi Ju Grotto Heaven was a Qi path treasure trove. It was known as the Qi Sea of ancient times. Not only was there a huge amount of Qi path resources here, there were also all kinds of them. It had everything. Wu Shuai purposely displayed his might to intimidate Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian also revealed more secrets. According to him, he had even encountered the Qi Aura Peak. In the process of exploring, Qi Ju Grotto Heaven actually had such an extinct Qi path resource. Regretfully, Xiao Hejian only took a glance and did not have the ability to take Chi Peak. This is the center of Chi Grotto Heaven. Inside clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, Wu Yong had just arrived at his destination. Before he could feel happy, his pupils shrunk. Ha! You are not slow. Dragon Palace quickly appeared behind clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. The center of Chi Grotto Heaven was like a large hollow ball. There were a large number of Chi pillars. Inside the ball, they intersected and moved back and forth. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, and Dragon Palace entered. They were like mosquitoes flying into a beehive. The Chi pillars continued to move. Some were fast while others were slow. Some were fast while others were slow. They even affected each other. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was carefully moved forward under Wu Yong's control, avoiding these Chi pillars and moving forward in a zigzag manner. These Chi pillars are made of different materials, but they are at least rank 8 immortal materials. We cannot touch them casually, otherwise we will attract unnecessary trouble. Xiao Hejian quickly said, the environment here was not suitable for fighting. Thus, Xiao Hejian had specially set up a battlefield killer move to kill Luo clan's 3 immortals. In the end, Luo clan's Gu immortal Luo Ran was a space path Gu immortal. He led the other 2 immortals to pass through the battlefield, then used the terrain here to temporarily shake off Xiao Hejian's group and escape. No need to go through so much trouble. Wu Shuai waved his hand. At the next moment, a dragon roar resounded. The evil dragon appeared. Bam, bam, bam. The evil dragon was rampaging all the way, smashing and smashing all the air pillars in its path, directly creating a path for the Dragon Palace behind it. Wu Yong frowned. Chapter 2013. Good. Lord Alliance leader is mighty. This is the power of our 2 heavens alliance. The morale of the immortals in Dragon Palace soared as they cheered. The evil dragon rampaged in front with incomparable ferocity, while Dragon Palace followed behind leisurely. This Dragonman barbarian, Luo tribe's first supreme elder Luo Zu's eyelids twitched as he gritted his teeth. The Gu immortals of the 2 clans in clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building felt immense pressure. The evil dragon chased relentlessly. It was like a rampaging mountain range. Compared to it, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was very small. Most importantly, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building had to avoid the Chi pillars continuously. It had to move forward with many twists and turns. Meanwhile, the evil dragon Di Zongxing was moving in a straight line. The distance between the 2 was shrinking rapidly. What do we do now? The Southern Alliance Gu immortals were pale. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Wu Shuai uses strength to suppress others. He is making full use of his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. If I were him, I would definitely do the same. Don't worry. After the Fate War, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was not only repaired, it was even strengthened by me. It is not a problem to resist Di Zongxing for now. Although the other party is strong, we do not need to tangle with them. We just need to seize Chi-Ju's true inheritance. Alliance leader is right. The immortals nodded in agreement. Every battle had a goal. Wu Yong could see it clearly. There was only one goal in this battle. That was to seize Chi-Ju's true inheritance. Whichever side could achieve this goal would be the winner. Even if he suffered some losses during the fight, what did it matter? After all, the evil dragon was too strong. It had the strongest battle strength among immemorial desolate beasts. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the number of people who could resist the evil dragon head-on could be counted on one hand. There were less than 5 people. Just as Wu Shuai and Wu Yong started their pursuit, the 3rd rank 8 immortal Gu house quietly arrived outside Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. It was Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was still controlled by Feng Zheng, but this time Not only did Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui come, there was also Che Wei, who had just recovered from his injuries, as well as information path great expert Zhou Xiongxian. Last time, Fang Zheng took the initiative to attack the two heavens. Even though he was repelled by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, his gains were still huge. Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui's spoils of war from the first two grotto heavens were plentiful. Although Fang Zheng had been defeated, he had only lost face for the Celestial Court. Originally, the Celestial Court wasn't clear about the matter regarding Qijue Grotto Heaven. After all, immemorial White Heaven was so vast. Even if the Qi tides revealed traces of Qijue Grotto Heaven, the Celestial Court wouldn't be able to discover it. But don't forget that Wu Shuai's subordinate, the Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch, had secretly surrendered to the Celestial Court. The matter of Xiao Hejian joining the Two Heavens Alliance could not be concealed. The Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch thus learned of the secret of Qijue Grotto Heaven. He immediately informed the Celestial Court. Demon Immortal Qiju was very famous in history. He was a terrifying great expert who fought against limitless demon Venerable, especially when he cultivated Qi Path. In the current environment where Qi tides were surging, new Qi Path resources were emerging in large numbers and emerging endlessly. All the major forces in the 5 regions wanted to research more on Qi Dao. The Celestial Court was no exception. Even though the Celestial Court had primordial origins true inheritance and others, if the Celestial Court snatched Qiju's true inheritance, it would mean that other forces would not be able to obtain it. This way, the Celestial Court's advantage would be even greater. Thus, Fang Zheng did not rest for long. He listened to Qin Dingling's orders and led 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals to attack White Heaven with Demon Judgment Board. Arriving here, this should be Qijue Grotto Heaven. What is going on? Fang Zheng had just arrived when he saw a shocking change. Countless holes appeared. Milky white Qi currents surged and rotated continuously. Countless holes appeared, connecting the grotto heaven to the outside. More and more of these holes appeared, densely packed together. They were too densely packed, giving off a feeling of terror. More than 10 breaths later, the huge silhouette of Qijue Grotto Heaven appeared. On the surface of the silhouette, there were countless milky white Qi currents. Within the Qi currents, there were countless holes that were constantly moving in and out. The surrounding air was sucked into the grotto heaven by a terrifying formless force. As a result, intense whistling sounds filled the ears of the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Qiju Grotto Heaven seems to be undergoing a huge change. Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and the rest are probably already fighting inside the grotto heaven. What should we do? Prince's Impatience and the rest looked at Fang Zheng. This time, Fang Zheng was still the leader. Fang Zheng felt pressure. The choice in front of him was very difficult. At once, he fell into hesitation. What should he do? At the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven, bam, 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 the sound of the Qi pillars collapsing could be heard endlessly. Wherever the evil dragon went, it destroyed all obstacles. However, good things didn't last long. After these pillars of air collapsed, they turned into powerful air currents. Countless air currents entangled with each other and covered the evil dragon's body. They constantly pressured it and surrounded it from all directions, trying to kill it. The evil dragon roared, but its momentum continued to slow. The pressure coming from the front was increasing. Clear jade dripping, wind, tiny bamboo building, and dragon palace were not having a good time either. These Qi currents were like huge tsunamis. The 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses were like small boats in the raging waves. Huge Qi currents collided with the 2 immortal Gu houses, causing them to shake intensely, sometimes even causing the immortal Gu houses to spin on the spot. A deep blue Qi current shot forward. Clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building quickly dodged. but the deep blue chi current was too huge and fast. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building had to use all its strength to escape after 3 breaths of time. "This is lightning," the southern border goo immortal exclaimed. "I have never seen such huge lightning currents. This quality is enough to be a rank 8 immortal material." Gathering lightning currents had to be done during thunderstorms. It was not difficult to gather lightning currents, but high-rank lightning currents, immortal materials, were rare. Rank 8 lightning currents were even rarer. If not for the urgency of the situation, the southern border goo immortals would want to gather these lightning currents. It is all Wu Shuai's fault. Such recklessness has caused Qiju Grotto Heaven to erupt. Luo Zhu gritted his teeth. Wu Yong had a grim expression. Qiju's true inheritance is the most important target. The lightning currents earlier caused clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building to lose some goo worms, but Wu Yong quickly replenished them. These immortal materials formed an extreme environment because of the high density of Dao marks. If there were wind, path, chi, current, immortal materials, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building would be like a fish in water. Qiju Grotto Heaven's change made the environment extremely vile, but overall, Wu Yong's situation was much better. Because clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was affected, but Wu Shuai's side was even more affected. Dragon Palace's speed was much slower than clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. Sharp blade chi, pitch black, hard chi, dark death chi, all sorts of chi currents were incomparably huge. All of them were rank 8 level. Wu Shuai braced himself and controlled Dragon Palace to forcibly resist them. The evil dragon had already been left behind. Its body was too huge. It was affected by at least a dozen chi currents at the same time. It could no longer be of much use. This is Qiju Grotto Heaven's foundation. Wu Shuai's expression was grim. His eyes were flickering with uncertainty. He was at a disadvantage, but the situation was not decided yet. The 2 heavens immortals in the hall were also shocked, speechless. If not for Dragon Palace's protection, who would dare to enter such a dangerous place? Many rank 8 goo immortals felt their own insignificance and weakness. Demon Immortal Qiju is indeed worthy of being someone who once fought against limitless demon Venerable. The 2 rank 8 immortal goo houses did not give up. They moved towards the center with difficulty, trying to snatch Qiju's true inheritance. Outside the Grotto Heaven, Fangzheng no longer needed to hesitate. "Let's retreat first and observe the situation." Fangzheng ordered. Demon Judgment Board quickly retreated. Prince's impatience and the rest were silent. They approved of this decision. Because of the huge change in the world, chi currents were surging in all directions. Chi tides were forming again. Fighting in this chi tide would cause goo immortals to suffer backlash. Celestial Court's goo immortals were no exception. It seems that my deduction was not wrong. The heaven and earth chi in our immortal apertures are different from the outside world. Thus, be it opening the immortal aperture or fighting intensely, as long as it reaches a certain level, a new chi tide will appear. Demon Immortal Qiju is a goo immortal of the 5 regions. He is here now that there are countless holes. It is like a grotto heaven has been opened. Furthermore, Wu Shuai and the rest are fighting with the Southern Alliance goo immortals inside the grotto heaven. This huge chi tide has appeared. Let's watch from the sidelines and try to reap the benefits. Celestial Court's goo immortals conversed as they looked at Qiju Grotto Heaven. Powerful chi tides flowed into Qiju Grotto Heaven through the holes. Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and the rest felt that it was difficult to move forward. The violent and powerful chi currents became even stronger. Even though rank 8 immortal goo houses were strong, they could not control themselves against these chi currents. They were often swept away. Thump, thump, thump. The 2 immortal goo houses got closer to the center. The immortals could hear the dull sound of drums. What is going on? What chi currents are making drumming sounds? No, it is a heartbeat. Quickly look. The two immortal goo houses finally arrived at the center of Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. All of the goo immortals saw this scene. At the place where countless chi currents converged, it was like the eye of a tornado. The surroundings were violent, but this place was calm. In this tranquil environment, there was a chi harvest fruit that was extremely small and exquisite. It was constantly absorbing the violent chi currents around it. Countless chi currents, no matter what kind, were absorbed by the chi harvest fruit. They instantly changed in nature, becoming a part of the chi harvest fruit. Different from the previous situation, there was a baby's placenta inside the chi harvest fruit. The chi harvest fruit was like the stomach of a pregnant woman. A human baby was curled up inside. It was growing bigger bit by bit. How can this be? What is going on? This is a monster. It is absorbing rank 8 immortal material chi currents endlessly to strengthen itself. It is about to be born. Quickly stop it. The immortal's expressions changed. Wu Shuai was just about to activate Dreamy Light Smoke Killer Move, but the chi harvest fruit seemed to sense it. It shook and lightly self-detonated. The baby was born successfully. He had small arms and legs. He seemed to be malnourished. At this time, the phantom image of a crater appeared above his head. This crater was filled with profundity. It was emitting the aura of rank 9. But this aura was far more complete and perfect than the incomplete human sea that Wu Shuai obtained earlier. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The baby suddenly raised his arms, as if he was holding the phantom image of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. He let out a long cry. At the next moment, the surrounding chi currents flowed into the phantom image of the secluded domain of heaven and earth like tired birds returning to their nests. The speed of the chi currents was astonishing. In just a few breaths of time, they were all sucked into the mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and the other immortals were no longer surrounded by chi currents. In the sky, only the baby and the 2 rank 8 immortal goo houses were left. We are out again. Luo Zhu found himself in the outside world. No, the whole of Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven turned into chi currents and was sucked in by him. Wu Yong could not conceal his shock. This was out of his expectations. He felt like he had been used. This was a trap. Who are you? Wu Shuai's voice resounded from Dragon Palace. The baby had already grown into a boy. He inhaled and inhaled the phantom image of the secluded domain of heaven and earth into his nose. Next, he looked around, looking at Dragon Palace and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He immediately discovered the hidden demon judgment board. The boy smiled lightly, singing leisurely, ascending the mountain to seek immortality. Every step is dangerous. Floating dust like flowing light, dark goo hidden in the heart, golden jade like a dream, 10,000 years of loneliness, 5 regions, 9 heavens technique, all in one breath. After he finished singing, he said with a young but experienced tone, "Who else can I be? I am Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju." The immortal's hearts shook intensely. Wait, if he is Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, is that secluded domain of heaven and earth the Shi recorded in the Legends of Rinzu? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Zhou Xiong Xin thought of something. The Legends of Rinzu had 2 extremely mysterious secluded domains of heaven and earth. There were not many detailed descriptions.